When the moment he opened his eyes, he was thrust into a completely unforgiving world of train survival where every single passenger is forced to disembark. At every station to explore, driven by one singular goal, staying alive. While a lucky few might stumble upon rare treasures, the unlucky ones often pay for their curiosity with their lives, proving that great opportunity and extreme danger go hand in hand here. To survive, he must gather supplies and upgrade his carriage, eventually building a personalized train world of his own, but he entered this deadly game with a massive secret advantage. A unique ascension ability. Anything he holds in his hands can be evolved to its ultimate potential, turning the mundane into something extraordinary. Simple dagger can be refined into an enchanted blade, and eventually become the eternal cutter. Even a basic white forest fruit tree gets elevated into a blessed tree and finally into Venus's golden fruit tree, even a common beehive is not exempt, since he can transform it into a giant wasp hive or a nano future hive, while the rest of the world desperately fights over it. Single piece of bread, he keeps growing stronger through this insane power, leaving everyone else far behind in the dust, looking around his small carriage. He wonders if even the train itself can be evolved like everything else. His intuition was spot on. Even before the first station comes into view, he has already secured a massive lead. Suddenly, a notification pulses in his mind, informing him that the ascension succeeded and that he broke a massive record, unlocking the special Destiny Divergence module. As the designated conductor, he is now allowed to choose his next station. He braces himself, as the system warns him to sit tight and hold on, because the train is about to arrive at its first stop. But before this train pulls in, let's look at how he ended up in this terrifying game in the first place. We need to go back to the start, to just a few hours earlier. A haunting, completely mysterious message echoes in the deep void, wishing him eternal life as the train prepares to depart on its deadly journey. When he finally opens his eyes, a sharp ache pulses through his head, finding himself rubbing his temples while staring around the unfamiliar interior of a train carriage. He cannot recall a single detail of how he ended up here. His last memory was staying up incredibly late watching anime before a sudden darkness swallowed his vision, leaving a frustrating blank in his mind. For a moment, he wonders if he literally died from overworking and got sent straight to hell, but the same mysterious voice from before interrupts his grim thoughts. It announces that all survivors have successfully awakened, distributing the basic train regulations. He listens closely as the survival rules are laid out. Passengers are never to abandon their trains, and he learns that every 24 hours after departure, they will arrive at a new station. Each stop lasts for 3 hours, giving them the choice to disembark or stay on board. The goal is to collect resources to upgrade the train and unlock new modules, but the voice is crystal clear on one rule: never leave the train. Before reaching a station, the final command is simple and incredibly chilling. Survive, as the system concludes with a strict warning to follow these. According to the rules, he's informed that the first station arrives in just 1 hour. The massive message prompts him to reflexively pinch his cheek to test reality. A sharp sting confirms it's no dream. His headache finally begins to fade. He struggles up from the freezing floor to scan his new surroundings. What he sees is simple: a lone carriage speeding through wilderness, streaming right past the windows. But look, there is one strange oval device at the front, featuring a glowing screen that displays train control system. He doesn't wait. He steps forward and taps the control screen, prompting the interface to show conductor info, train details, and a trading platform. Intrigued, he opens the chat room to see what's happening. The room is already packed with 10,000 people. Messages fly past. In a frantic blur, one guy is screaming about his massive wealth and demanding to be let out. Someone else desperately searches for medication. A woman named Cheyenne cries out for her husband. It is complete chaos. Many wonder if they've been ice-guyed, while one cynical soul actually celebrates not having to face his boss tomorrow. Then, a specific message catches his eye. This user claims they are all just bad actors in a reality show. He declares he is leaving the train immediately to prove it's fake. Ignoring all warnings, within a minute, his username completely vanishes and the occupant count drops to 9,999. A cold chill hits him. Did he just die? He shakes his head, trying not to overthink it. He closes the chat and swipes over to his level 1 train specs. There are no extra carriages, and it's crawling at 20 kilometers per hour. It has a basic recycling workbench, along with a level 1 frame. Upgrades are steep: 100 kilos of wood, 150 of metal, and 50 parts. That slow speed bothers him, if arrival times are fixed at 24 hours. Why does speed matter? Plus, with 10,000 people arriving at once, the scale of the station would have to be absolutely massive. He looks back out at the wilderness, hit by a sudden creepy thought. Maybe speed matters because if he moves too slowly, something catches him. Terrifying. Continuing his search, he opens his personal info screen. His name and stats are listed, including sanity and stamina. Both sit at a full 100. The sanity meter looks grim. It tracks his mental decline, from simple fatigue to total madness. Stamina covers his physical limits, but there are 0 special abilities listed. Under his talent section, a single word changes everything: sublimation. The system explains that he can spend stamina or sanity to evolve things. This crazy cheat lets him upgrade literally anything, without any category limits. He immediately scans the active chat room for any mention of talents, but finds absolutely nothing. If talents were common, someone would definitely be bragging by now. This leaves him to believe that talent holders are exceptionally rare. He wonders why he got this cheat, then realizes he was always different. Even back home, he was always a little bit different from others. Broken computers would suddenly run high-end games the second he touched them. His friends always joked that his touch could make regular cars go impossibly fast. It was pleasing machine spirits, but he had always dismissed it as a series of coincidences. But now, this system description confirms his power is actually real. Long he wonders, how far can he actually push this sublimation power? Walking over to the workbench, he spots a bottle of water, bread, and a tiny knife meant for starter gear, staring at that level 1 shoddy dagger. He commands it to sublimate. An invisible force instantly envelops the crude blade, dropping his stamina from 100 to 90. In an instant, the weapon transforms into a level 2 enchanted sharp dagger. Pure excitement surges through him as the cold steel gleams. The cheat talent actually works. The stamina drain, easy. He swings the newly upgraded dagger, listening to it slice cleanly through the air, absolutely amazed that a high-quality blade came from such trash materials. A wild, far more ambitious idea grips his mind as he looks around the carriage. The system said he can upgrade any existing object, and that must include this entire train. Taking a deep breath with eyes full of hope, he approaches the control panel and places his hand flat against the oval device, silently giving the order to upgrade. Boom, that strange force flares up again, but this time his stamina begins draining at a far more terrifying rate than before. Upgrading an entire train is no joke, and the cost is brutal. His stamina plummets from 90 to 30, sending him crashing to the floor. Even while gasping for breath, he cannot stop an excited grin from spreading. The train literally shifts before him. A system notification confirms the success, upgrading the vessel to level 2 while showing some pretty brutal requirements for the next level: 200 kilograms of wood, 200 mechanical parts, and 400 kilograms of metal. Besides the physical upgrades, he has unlocked several upgrade options, and even better, a record-breaking reward. He gets a special module card for the fastest upgrade. Once he finally manages to catch his breath, he takes a look at the trains. New status: reaching level 2, automatically reinforce the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench, doubling their top speed from 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. What really catches his attention, though, is feeling that he can upgrade this train even further. Unlike the small knife, which has almost hit its limit, the train's potential ceiling seems much higher. He knows his current stamina is not enough to upgrade it again right now without tapping into his mental energy, but remembering those grim warnings about losing sanity, he quickly backs off. Not worth the risk. Instead, he focuses on those new upgrade options and the special module card. The level 2 menu offers 4 blueprints, including a basic carriage for free, a water tank for 1 coin, and a burst accelerator for 5. He can also extend docking time for 2 coins. He frowns, realizing these special coins are the local currency. Since he does not have a single coin, he worries he might be forced into the free option and lose out. Thankfully, the system confirms he can actually save these choices for up to 3 station stops. Relieved, he takes the free basic Carriage blueprint, immediately noting its heavy material requirements. He decides against upgrading the blueprint itself for now, fearing that an upgrade might make the construction costs impossible to meet before he even secured basic resources. He turns his focus to the special module card, which materializes as a diamond-shaped token wrapped in pale blue particles right above his palm. The description is frustratingly vague, stating only that it grants a special module once activated. Naturally, he cannot resist the urge to sublimate the card itself. Even with low stamina, his mental energy is fine, and a quick meal of bread and water miraculously restores his stamina to 50. He murmurs to himself that a quick test is safe, then silently orders the system to sublimate. The invisible force surges back with a vengeance as the card releases a stunning spray of blue particles like a shower of shooting stars. From an outside perspective, the entire train looks like a comet trailing brilliant blue flames. As it blasts through the dark void, when the blinding light fades, a heavy exhaustion settles deep into his bones. His stamina drops to 20 and his mental energy sits at 60, triggering a severe mental fatigue status. Despite that heavy cost of 70 total points, the payoff is huge. The special module card has evolved into an exclusive module card. He lies on the floor staring at it, wondering what mental fatigue actually does, since he does not feel particularly different. Perhaps his raw physical exhaustion is just masking the mental strain. He whispers a quick prayer to every deity he can think of, from Old Myths to the God Emperor, before finally activating the card. Azure light wraps around him as the system congratulates him on obtaining a unique conductor module called the Crossroads of Fate. Its effect is incredibly simple yet profound. His path will always present a second choice, leading to entirely different destinies. Before he can look closer at the details, the train speaker crackles to life, announcing their imminent arrival. At the first station, he is shocked to realize a whole hour has already slipped away unnoticed. With only 1 minute left, a second interface pops up. Thanks to his new module, he now has two choices: Platform 1, the deadly swamp land, or Platform 2, the armory. Recognizing this power, he does not hesitate. He chooses the armory, reasoning that while others might search for food, nothing brings more safety in this harsh world than lethal weapons. The moment he locks in his choice, the space ahead the train warps violently, looking like the open mouth of a beast. The heavy train whistle shrieks as they plunge through the warped reality, and their surroundings transform completely. They have arrived. The docking countdown begins. At 3 hours, and to his relief, the system reports 0 local hazards. At this station, the train slowly grinds down to a quiet crawl, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks fading into a heavy silence as he finally arrives. At his first stop, standing before the sealed door, he takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, tightening his grip on the upgraded dagger before pressing the release button. Outside, the world is draped in an oppressive pitch black void, yet strangely, a massive structure the size of a matchbox stands out in his line of sight. Looking up, he realizes there is absolutely no sun in the sky, and yet the road below him and the structure ahead were fully visible. Suddenly, it struck him. Then that space traversal is truly a mind-blowing power. That explained why all the trains arrived together despite the distances. He stepped off the train, reaching the entrance in fewer than 10 steps. Massive doors were shut tight, but he managed to pry a gap open with his dagger. As the heavy panels swung wide, a wave of rotten stench hit him square the face. He walked inside to find rows of neatly arranged wooden crates, the clear source of the decaying odor. He pried the rusted locks off. Inside, 2 bolt-action rifles, half buried in a pile of wood shavings. The system identified them as low-level marksman rifles, each equipped with 20 bullets, 2 guns, and 40 rounds in just one single crate. Talk about hitting the jackpot. He spent the next hour opening several crates, hauling the loot back to the train. After several runs, the adrenaline-fueled strength he had been running on began to hit its limit. His stamina had dropped to 15 points. The repeated use of sublimation had already pushed his physical boundaries, though excitement somehow allowed his spirit to recover to 70. With 3 hours of docking time and no energy replenishment, he realized he wouldn't have much strength left to move supplies if he didn't pace himself. After resting, he shifted from heavy lifting to exploration. In a dark side room, he spotted several sealed iron boxes on a shelf. They looked exactly like military supplies back home. The markings on the surface were blurred, swallowing hard. He felt a massive wave of nervous anticipation. He pried one open. Inside were neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits. They looked like bars of gold, emitting a faint, sweet, milky aroma. Mixed with a fermented tang, regardless of expiration dates, he stuffed one into his mouth immediately. It was perfect and exactly what he needed. But man, he quickly realized he'd need water. These dry rations leave you parched. He counted 4 barrels of these rations, 80 biscuits in total. Enough to sustain a man for half a month, but the water barrels nearby. Totally undrinkable. Still, he loaded them onto the train anyway. Resources are resources. The armory was cramped, semi-enclosed, and full of rotting debris. Piles of collapsed shelves everywhere. In 2 hours, he salvaged 42 intact rifles. The rest were completely rusted beyond any possible use. He also loaded up on iron and wood, even if he didn't use them. Upgrades, trading, both. With 30 minutes left on the clock, time was ticking. Time for one final trip. His carriage was already packed tight, and a second carriage was his top priority. Wood and parts were ready. He was still too short on metal. He headed deep inside to find some. Bypassing the mess, he checked the final rooms, old, empty living quarters. But stepping into the very last room, cue the classic horror movie crunch. He looked down. He had stepped right on a small skeleton leg bone. He quickly muttered a polite apology to the guy on the floor. Honestly, he wasn't scared at all. Horror movies had never fazed him. But as he pulled his foot back, a dust-covered document bag caught his eye. Right beneath the remains, strange, since iron and wood had rotted to absolute dust. Nothing remained in this ruined room, yet this paper bag sat completely intact. Intrigued, he snatched the bag and ran back to the train to use the system appraisal. Function just in case of traps. To his surprise and complete delight, the screen identified it as a level 1 treasure chest. He laughed, thanking his old bony brother and promising him a proper burial later, but as he prepared to open it, he paused. If he could sublimate the train, surely he could sublimate this. 2. His stats sat at 30 stamina and 80 spirit. He figured this tiny bag would not drain him too much, and he could always eat another biscuit to recover. Once he convinced himself, the choice was practically made. He softly whispered the command to sublimate. His stats began to drain instantly. A warning flashed that his spirit had fallen below 50, plunging him into a sudden state of self-doubt. He collapsed onto the floor like a fish out of water, staring blankly at the swaying ceiling lamp. After a moment, he sat up with 20 stamina and 50 spirit. Honestly, it did not feel like a big deal, aside from some heavy physical fatigue. The self-doubt state did not seem to hinder him. The cost to reach level 2 was 40 points, higher than he expected, but the folder was now level 2 treasure chest. It seemed it could not be pushed further, perhaps lacking the potential or being capped by some rule he did not understand. He rubbed his hands together and opened the folder. The rewards flashed before him: 4 train coins, a Colt M191 pistol, and a level 2 blueprint for an external garbage collector. Reflecting on the 4 coins he had just acquired, he realized that this was the main way to get the local currency. He opened his train details and saw that the options appearing after the level 2 upgrade were still available at the top of the interface. Without much hesitation, he spent 3 of those train coins to buy the basic water tank blueprint and an additional hour of docking time, leaving him with only a single coin to his name. If he can manage to find another treasure chest at the next station, he might just gather enough to meet the requirements for that acceleration device. He noticed the departure countdown had shifted to an hour and 15 minutes, so he turned his attention toward the physical rewards chest. The Colt M1911 felt solid in hand compared to the mass-produced firearms he had salvaged from the armory. Its craftsmanship was so refined it was basically a work of art. He quickly figured that the guns in this world probably shared a universal bullet type, so he loaded a magazine with low-grade ammunition to test it out, aiming at a wooden box. Outside the carriage, he pulled the trigger and watched as the crate instantly shattered into splinters. Talk about absolute power, it completely took him by surprise, and he rubbed his sore palm where the fierce recoil had bitten into the webbing of his hand. Although this handgun used the same bullets as the ones from the armory, it was clearly twice as powerful. The thought of what it might become if he sublimated it crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head to dismiss the dangerous idea. Now was not the time for such gambles, especially with his physical and mental reserves hovering pretty close to their limits. It would be far wiser to wait until he fully recovered. Putting the pistol away, he used the control system to examine the two blueprints he had acquired. A basic water tank would let him store water and keep it fresh for 10 days, needing only 10 kilograms of metal and 20 mechanical parts. The external garbage collector looked even more intriguing since it would automatically scoop up trash from the platforms before departure. It needed 30 kilograms of metal and 100 mechanical parts, with an optional upgrade costing 300 extra parts to let the workbench automatically break down waste into raw materials. Checking his current stash of 210 kilograms of wood, 60 of metal, and 220 parts, he realized he could easily build both right now. Still, doing that would mean putting his expansion plans for a new carriage on hold. He chose not to rush, enjoying the extra station time he bought to rest. With the countdown ticking down to its final hour, he opened the trading platform to scan the market. The rules here were pretty strange. Conductors could only sell things after leaving a station, but anyone currently docked was totally free to buy existing listings. This seemed like a clear move to block easy station transfers, yet it did absolutely nothing to stop private trades or direct purchases. It felt like a massive loophole, making him wonder if the system itself was subtly hinting that players could bend the rules a bit. He focused all his energy on trading for metal, scanning his cheap rifles and survival rations. In a world like this, weapons and food were everything. But as he refreshed the market page, he noticed something frustrating. While some players had listed metal, the amounts were tiny and prices were absolutely ridiculous. Everyone was just testing the waters instead of selling with any actual fairness. Switching over to the global chat, he saw it blowing up with endless messages from players who had already left their starting points. One guy complained about getting nothing but old tires at a trash dump, while another was stuck in a stinking swamp of black mud. When someone mentioned that black dirt was great for growing food, others laughed it off, asking where they would put a garden. The mood shifted instantly when someone shared a rare blueprint for a mechanical fishing rod, triggering a wave of jealousy and pure confusion. It turned out most players had not found a single blueprint. Desperate people immediately started begging, offering their starting rations of bread and water for basic building parts. It was a brutal sight, with players literally trading half their food just to make it through the night. Things got incredibly tense when the conversation turned to treasure chests. Jealous players demanded that everyone share location secrets for survival. Under pressure, one guy finally caved and posted a shot of his level 1 treasure chest. Inside were just 2 train coins, some healing medicine, and an insulation pad blueprint. Doing some quick math on the loot scaling, he figured that if a level 1 chest gives 2 coins and a level 2 gives 4, then a level 3 chest should drop 6, compared to his own haul. Those basic level 1 rewards looked incredibly cheap, though he knew medicine was a highly precious commodity in this world, and every coin counted. If coins meant progress, suddenly a message in the public chat caught his eye. A player named Li Zio Shan was asking if anyone wanted to trade for metal. He had plenty to offer, but was giving priority to weapons. Prioritizing weapons over food suggested he didn't lack basic survival necessities. Good, he preferred dealing with capable survivors rather than those who could not even feed themselves, so he decided to reach out. A message soon appeared in their private chat. Li Zio Shan asked if he was looking to trade for metal, but he countered by asking how much he had, to which the trader cautiously asked how much he needed. He was clearly acting guarded, but his response confirmed he possessed a substantial amount. So when he asked if he could supply 150 kilograms of metal, the chat froze. Dead silence. He could easily imagine the seller staring in utter disbelief. That was enough for a level 1 train upgrade. He surely wondered how he had already gathered the wooden parts, or what gave him such massive confidence to make this massive purchase. After some hesitation, the seller replied he could provide it, but he questioned what was on offer, noting a starter dagger would only fetch 10 kilograms. He simply asked how he felt about a rifle. Using the system's photo function, he sent over a picture of a low-grade rifle he salvaged, offering 1 gun and 20 bullets in exchange for his 150 kilograms of metal. The response: immediate shock. He claimed a gun was not worth such a steep price, but he stayed unfazed. As he played with a bullet, knowing that as the only gun seller, he held all the cards. He told him the price was not expensive, reminding him of a firearm's value and the unknown dangers awaiting them. At the next station, having a gun would vastly improve his survival chances. And the seller knew he was right. He had obtained 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest, which likely made him feel like the luckiest person alive, but that pride clearly paled next to the weapon in hand. When the trader tried to lower the price to 100 kilograms, he stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes, realizing how badly the man wanted this weapon. He refused to budge, take the deal, or he would simply go ahead and find someone else more eager. The trader gritted his teeth, asking for time to think. He gave him exactly 10 seconds, no more. He had no way of knowing he was still at the first station, focused on building a carriage rather than a simple engine upgrade. Finally, the trader hardened his resolve and agreed to the trade. He asked why he needed so much metal, and if he had blueprints to mass-produce these guns, clarifying he wasn't trying to steal secrets, but simply wanted to know if they could trade again. He boasted with confidence that he could reach level 2 within 3 stops, offering to promote his weapons once he became known as a top conductor. He found this confidence highly amusing. If reaching level 2 in 3 stops was considered strong, what would he think of him reaching it before even entering the first station? He decided to humor his delusions of grandeur. Just proceed with the trade, he told him. Let us see how the system processes it. He sets down the rifle and ammo on an empty spot as a blue glow instantly swaps them for neatly stacked metal ingots. The whole exchange is incredibly smooth and simple, completely secured by the system's impartial arbitration. With his fresh resources ready, he places the basic carriage blueprint onto the processing terminal. A glowing translucent screen appears, confirming that his materials are ready. Once he hits the craft button, the wood, metal, and mechanical parts vanish, reassembling through some mysterious force right at the back of the train. The brand new carriage drops smoothly onto the tracks and connects to the engine with a deeply satisfying click. The system then notifies him that construction is complete, adding that he can still upgrade it later with glass and fiber. For now, it is just a spacious shell, 10 meters long. Roomy, bright, and exactly what he needs. There is no glass in the windows and no outside door, meaning he has to enter through the back of the locomotive. But honestly, he is totally right. A real train needs actual cars. He nods in absolute satisfaction and checks his stats, since his stamina and mental energy are way too low for more upgrades. He moves his supplies out of the cabin and into the new carriage. There are 40 minutes left on his countdown. That is plenty of time to head back and scavenge whatever remains. Right now, his stats sit at 21 for stamina and 59 for mental energy, leaving him officially designated as exhausted. Back inside, the guy just lies motionless on the floor like a dried fish with zero willpower left to move. Again, during those final crucial minutes, he pushed through his extreme fatigue, making 2 more runs to the armory. Yet he keeps his earlier promise. Even with his body screaming from hauling crates, he manages to shovel a proper grave for those skeletal remains, even setting up an unmarked tombstone as a quiet gesture of respect. That wraps up his entire harvest at the station. As the departure timer ticks down to 0, the heavy metal train groans loudly and begins to lurch forward. From the platform, the familiar spatial distortions warp the air, and the vehicle accelerates right through the boundary, heading back out into the endless expanse of the bleak wasteland. Right then, the train's PA system crackles to life. A voice announces that all conductors have left the platform, offering cold congratulations to the 9,892 survivors who successfully managed to leave the very first novice station. Next, the voice warns them that they have officially left the newcomer safety zone. Starting from the next platform, there will be absolutely no guarantee of safe zones. And wow, this chilling update causes an immediate massive uproar in the chat. Many question the timing, wondering why they left the platform a whole hour later than expected, while others quickly realize with anger that someone actually stayed an extra hour at that first stop. Some are even calling him a dirty hacker, while others regret not realizing that the first station was completely safe. A few share horrifying stories, like a guy spawned in a brutal desert where he Almost died in quicksand, he stays oblivious to their. Let them bicker, he was far too busy sitting on the floor, organizing his final haul. His inventory was pretty impressive now, 49 low-level marksman rifles, 1,100. Rounds of bullets, 150 kilos of wood, 104 of metal, and 160. Mechanical parts, he also salvaged a variety of highly usable tools like crowbars. Shovels and screwdrivers, he tossed the broken ones into the processing station for recycling and kept the rest as backups. His current blueprints for the water tank and garbage collector needed 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which barely made a dent in his newfound reserves. After placing the blueprints and allocating the resources, the train control system allowed for their installation. He commanded the system to place the water tank inside the carriage and mount the collector on the left exterior. Once the installation was complete, he walked back to find a sturdy metal water tank with wheels occupying a section of his new carriage. It could hold 100 kilograms of water and featured non-removable dividers to keep clean and contaminated water completely separate. He poured in the 50 kilograms of polluted water brought from the armory. He felt a slight pang of disappointment for not having a purification system just yet, though he wasn't particularly anxious. He decided it was high time to test the market. He posted his first message in the public chat room stating that he was buying water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and other resources, offering firearms and food in exchange. Just as he expected, the mention of weapons caused an immediate frenzy, while some shamelessly begged for guns or asked if he was some big shot upgrading his train. Others offered themselves as lackeys or tried to guilt-trip him into sharing his gear for the sake of humanity. He noticed several non-Chinese names among the flooded private messages, which surprised him momentarily before he realized this world likely pulled survivors from all over, perhaps even from different versions of Earth. He promptly blocked anyone attempting moral blackmail or looking for handouts, filtering for real potential. A woman named Shangyuan Yingsu offered 20 kilograms of lake water, though she specified she wouldn't provide any container. He replied to her with a touch of cold detachment, noting lake water could be lethal without filtration. She needed to show far more sincerity to trade for a gun. She seemed pretty frustrated, but asked him to name his price. He demanded 50 kilograms. In this world, water was arguably more precious than metal, especially since few people had storage containers. Even if they found a source, his true minimum was 30 kilograms of undrinkable water for a single gun, but he had all the leverage. Ultimately, he was only one person, no matter how many guns he held. Converting them into bulk resources was his only practical path forward. She eventually agreed to the 50 kilograms, though she reminded him quite sharply that he would have to handle the storage himself. He could not help but wonder if he had quoted too low when the other party agreed so instantly, but he was not one to second-guess his decisions. He confirmed the deal and prepared to proceed, but Shangyuan Yingsu quickly added that she needed more bullets and food. It made him curious where this woman was getting so much water. Having such large quantities was not completely shocking. She had mentioned it was lake water, so her first stop likely bordered a lake, but her storage method puzzled him. The 3-hour docking period at the station was ticking down fast. Both the trading platform and chat room were supposedly restricted. Had she found storage containers or built them from blueprints? He didn't ask. Everyone here had secrets. He said his prices clearly, 5 low-grade bullets per kilogram of water, with no container required on her end, for food. He offered military compressed biscuits, 1 biscuit for every 5 kilograms of water. She agreed immediately, requesting 100 bullets and 3 biscuits, which combined with the rifle and ammo to bring the total to 85 kilograms of lake water. When she asked about containers, saying he didn't need any, he told her it was fine and initiated the trading point materialized directly above his water tank. As the guns and bullets vanished, 85 kilograms of water materialized out of thin air, cascading into the reservoir. Between this and his previous trades, he now possessed 135 kilograms of water. Staring at it, he resisted the urge to take a drink. It looked clean, but drinking unboiled lake water was a total death sentence. They finished the transaction with a professional sign-off, and she silently sent a friend request, which he quickly accepted. Compared to pretentious rivals, he preferred her quiet, no-nonsense style. He spent the next few hours successfully selling off numerous rifles and ammunition. In return, he acquired the fiber and glass needed to reinforce his new carriage. Once those upgrades were applied, glass panes appeared in their frames, transforming drafty compartment into a proper room. Talk about a massive harvest. By then, he was finished. He had 21 rifles left. He avoided fixed prices, choosing instead to sell whenever an offer seemed reasonable. These low-level items would only depreciate as people unlocked better blueprints, so hoarding them was a bad move. Finally done, he enjoyed a proper dinner of traded bread and clean water before curling up in a warm corner of the cabin. He was far too exhausted to worry about survival now. As the train rumbled through the wasteland, he watched the moon until his eyes finally drifted shut. He woke up shivering from chill, rubbing his eyes and stretching out his stiff neck. The wasteland outside was as desolate as ever, shrouded in cold light. From the giant moon, checking the timestamp, it was 3:37 a.m. The chat room was still scrolling, proving very few others slept soundly tonight. Since he could not fall back asleep anyway, he brushed off the dust and stood up. His stamina had mostly restored, meaning it was time for more sublimation. He decided to start with his Colt M1911. It was already a masterpiece, and he was eager to see its next form, especially since the upcoming stop was guaranteed to be dangerous. He commanded the sublimate, feeling his heavy stamina quickly drain away. The pitch-black frame developed faint, elegant patterns and grew slightly larger, now requiring a firm to grip and wield. It had become a level 3 blacklight enchanted pistol, capable of consuming his stamina to convert standard bullets into something greater. Armor-piercing rounds, the cost of 40 stamina points was totally worth it. He set up some metal scrap targets and pulled the trigger while channeling his energy. A deafening blast and searing muzzle flash erupted as an armor-piercing round tore through the air, punching a clean hole through the target. He was floored. Aside from the heavy recoil, it barely felt like a pistol anymore. Spending just 2 stamina per special round was a sustainable edge. The system hinted at further sublimation, but he decided against it. The recoil was already the absolute limit of his strength. He still had plenty of energy, so he stepped into the new carriage and touched the wall to trigger a sublimation. Amazingly, it only cost 25 stamina and 0 mental energy. The space transformed into a level 2 cozy carriage, glowing with enchanted warmth that kept a constant 22 degrees Celsius interior. Regardless of the weather outside, no more freezing nights for him. Satisfied, he grabbed a traded blanket and spread it out. This stamina drain was the perfect cure for insomnia, and he needed to save his energy for the second stop tomorrow. That night, while others lay awake, shivering in the biting wind, he slept in total comfort, waking at 10:27 a.m. He stretched out his stiff limbs, calculating that since they entered the first station at 1 p.m. yesterday, they would likely reach the next one around the same time today. But would his 1-hour delay push his arrival back? When he stepped out of the warm carriage to the locomotive, the temperature drop was brutal. His control panel was flooded with messages. As the dangerous second station approached, the value of his firearms was skyrocketing. One trade request from a user named Lou caught his eye. He asked if blueprints could be traded. Until now, nobody had been willing to part with blueprints, since they were basically infinite production machines. He asked what Lou had, who sent a screenshot of a level 1 train seat blueprint. It was just a basic chair, not top tier, but it was a permanent asset. He offered a gun and 10 bullets. Guns were highly valuable right now, but that demand was temporary. Whereas a blueprint provided endless utility, Lou was incredibly grateful, bordering on desperate, claiming that without a weapon, he would definitely die. At the next station, this certainty made our hero wonder if Lou had danger-sensing talents. He did not press for answers, simply completing the trade and heading to the processing station to manufacture his new black chair. Sitting in it felt like a return to civilization. He spent the final hour before arrival closing out more arms deals, selling 15 rifles and 300 bullets, keeping the rest for protection. With his stats nearly maxed at 98 stamina and 100 spirit, he sublimated one of his own rifles, costing 13 points. It transformed into a level 2 exquisite marksman rifle. It was not as powerful as his enchanted pistol, but still a massive upgrade. As the countdown dwindled, the chat room grew quiet and heavy. 30 minutes before Rival his Crossroads of Fate module triggered, offering a choice between a Level 2 hunting platform called the Goblin Camp or a Level 3 collection platform called the White Forest. He noticed the module was providing more station levels and types pop up. Was the armory just Level 1? Did his train upgrade finally unlock these legendary higher tier options? He chooses the White Forest, expecting a collection platform to be less dangerous than a goblin camp. Instantly, intense spatial fluctuations engulf the train. 5 minutes later, a strange grayish-white light surrounds them. Outside the window lies a forest of bone-white trees. The system reports a 4-hour stay with a low-risk warning. Interestingly, nobody in the chat has ever mentioned seeing hazard ratings. This must be an exclusive module perk. He gears up quickly, holstering his pistol and slinging his rifle over his shoulder alongside a heavy backpack of supplies. Pressing the door release, he steps out. The world is dead silent. The quiet is so absolute that he can hear his own pulse. Scanning the white woods, he wonders what exactly this quiet collection platform offers besides wood. Through the silent trees, he spots a faint path. Stepping forward, he begins to venture deeper. Every sense is on high alert now. He remains hypervigilant against potential dangers. His hand never strays far from his weapon. Fortunately, the silence stays unbroken as the path ends deep inside the eerie gray forest. A cluster of pale fruit trees appears. He wonders if these are the target items this station offers. Approaching a tree, he uses his dagger to slice a stem and catching a single fruit as it falls. Bringing it close, a sweet, yet slightly bitter aroma wafts over, unlike any fruit from his past. He swallows hard, staring intensely at the bizarre crop. The fragrance is deeply intoxicating, triggering an absolute primal craving to eat it. Just as he is about to take a bite, danger alarms ring out. That was close. He instantly hurls the fruit away, his heart hammering violently. He stands there panting, wondering what just happened. A quick glance at his status shows stamina is fine at 93, but his spirit has plummeted to 72. Cold sweat drenches his skin. His spirit was completely full moments ago, yet it dropped drastically in those few seconds. He was not lacking food or water, making this desperate urge highly abnormal. This sudden rate of spirit depletion is terrifying. Faster even than during a sublimation. These fruits are a deadly trap. He takes several steps back, frowning at the pale harvest. It is a nuisance that the train's appraisal function only works on board. He suspects the low risk warning is tied directly to these hallucinogens. Perhaps it is only the sweet scent that caused his sudden lapse. After some hesitation, he decides he cannot leave empty-handed. He needs to bring them back for a proper analysis. Using his dagger, he rips a piece of cloth from his shirt, tying it over his face as a makeshift mask. The old saying proves true: humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Even knowing they are lethal, he cannot bring himself to abandon them. He becomes a diligent farmer in that eerie silent forest, harvesting until his backpack is heavy. As he wipes the sweat from his brow, he feels thankful for his dagger. Without it, this would be much harder. Back on the train, he immediately runs in. He ran an appraisal. The system identified them as Level 3 white forest fruits. Raw, they released a hallucinogenic scent that drained his mental spirit. Worse yet, eating them raw permanently slashed his spirit. But soaking them in cold water for 5 minutes completely flipped that effect. Now they would rapidly restore spirit and block hallucinations. Talk about a near miss. He patted his chest, thanking his lucky stars. This was a wake-up call. He had to do better. He immediately dumped his entire harvest into the train's water tank. 5 minutes later, the gray-white skins transformed into a brilliant, pure white. He took a bite. Sweet juice exploded in his mouth. It was absolutely delicious, easily the best thing he had ever tasted. Compared to this, his dry bread and biscuits tasted like cardboard. He saw the massive value here. Instantly, he emptied his entire pack. 2 guns, 1 dagger. He was ready to go back out. Each run took 20 minutes, and he had only 4 hours total. There was absolutely no time to waste. Stepping out, he saw his recycler working. His tiny cube-shaped robot was actually busy moving around. The calf-high machine shuttled to and from the woods, collecting debris. Gathering leaves and stones seemed utterly useless, but he let it work. For the next few hours, he became a total whirlwind of frantic harvesting action. His dagger flashed as he cleared trees until the countdown hit 30 minutes. By then he had stockpiled over 100 pounds of prime fruit. It felt terrible to leave this goldmine, but greed was a dangerous trap. He absolutely refused to let it make him miss departure. He snacked on a sweet fruit while taking stock of his massive inventory. 79 biscuits and 21 bottles of pure water meant survival was guaranteed. He opened the global chat to see how other survivors were holding up. Only 8,721. Out of 10,000, talk about an absolute bloodbath this early on. The global chat was a complete nightmare of pure despair. People were dying from unboiled water or getting mauled by wild beasts. Countless people begged for medicine, but basic modern care was completely gone. Out here, a simple scratch could easily be a death sentence. While his special skill kept him safe, others were fighting for survival. They were being hunted by beasts or sinking into toxic mud pits. With departure nearing, he remembered his robot, hoping for 10 kilograms of wood. Honestly, even that would be a miracle as he walked back empty-handed. Then he froze. Sitting amidst the random junk was a box. A level 3 treasure chest. He could not believe his luck. He had been too terrified of getting lost to explore deep woods. Yet this loyal little machine had wandered off and found a literal goldmine. He patted its blocky head, feeling slightly guilty for doubting its utility. The robot was worth every penny. Still, he forced himself not to open it. If he sublimated this level 3 chest, it would upgrade to level 4. That meant far better loot, even if his stamina sat at 45. 92 mental energy remains. He commands the sublimation, feeling that familiar, heavy drain. It pulls at his very soul. The process leaves him physically exhausted, but his mind is soaring. With a creak, he pries open the level 4 treasure chest. Inside lie 8 train coins, an alert tower, and white forest seeds. There's also a gray-white paint scheme and an advanced ceramic bulletproof vest. He marvels at the loot, knowing the chat would be incredibly envious. Still, he keeps his massive success to himself, since bragging only invites unwanted enemies. But he quickly notices that these newly acquired items cannot be sublimated any further. The upgrade cost is simply far beyond his current capacity, making level 4 a major threshold. Without wasting any time, he installs the alert tower right atop his locomotive. This high-tech system can automatically equip ranged weapons to guard the train. It provides automated defense within 100 meters, even spotting invisible targets. He loads 5 of his remaining rifles onto it, feeling much more secure now. As for those rare seeds, they demand a special kind of soil to grow. They take 30 days to mature and consume half a kilogram of fresh water daily. That is an incredibly steep price, but he is one of the few who can actually afford it. In the final 3 minutes before his departure, he rushes to gather the gray soil. He also processes all the trash that his hardworking robot has gathered so far. This yields some wood and white pigments, extracted from local leaves and stones. As his train begins to move, he watches the beautiful white forest recede into the distance. He is back in the dangerous wilderness, but he is far stronger than before. Stretching lazily, he notices a private message blinking from his lone friend. It is Shangyuan Yinj, asking if he is still looking to trade for some water. He types out a quick reply, making his terms perfectly clear from the start. He asks what she wants, but warns her up front that he has no firearms left to trade. He waits for quite a while with no reply, assuming she decided to back out. Just as he is about to close the window, a new message finally blinks on screen. She apologizes for the delay, explaining that she was busy taking a bath. He glances over at his own water storage tank, completely dumbfounded. Just how much water does this woman have to be wasting it so lavishly? Honestly, who takes a full bath in the middle of a brutal apocalypse? He tells her it is fine and asks what she wants to trade. He reminds her again about his lack of firearms. Meanwhile, on the other side of the connection, inside Shangyuan Yinja's train, a beautiful black-haired girl stands up. She rises from a massive wooden tub that takes up most of her carriage. As she ties up her damp hair, her light blue eyes remain completely unreadable. She sends a list 32 kilograms of wood, 50 of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. She notes that she is quite confident he has all of these resources. He raises an eyebrow at his screen, choosing not to answer her directly. Instead, he asks why she is so sure and why he wouldn't just use them himself. She replies with a simple answer. She absolutely hates dealing with extra trouble. She collects some materials, but negotiating with too many people is too tedious. She calculated that he is likely the only person capable of supplying bulk materials. After all, he recently sold over 20 high-quality rifles to other survivors. Aside from basic food and water, he had to be accumulating massive piles of resources. In exchange, she was right, but she did not know the half of it. He had actually sold over 40. He had the resources she wanted, but trading them for mere water did not interest him anymore. His reserves were plenty for now, and he had even seen people in the chat room discussing how to boil lake water to make it safe. He would only rely on that if he was desperate, which made raw water less valuable. Shangyuan Yingsha remained silent for a while as she dried herself, then sent a screenshot that immediately changed his mind. It was a level 1 water purification device capable of filtering wastewater at 1 kilogram per hour. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the image. Something like this actually existed. It explained her lavish bathing. She could simply filter and recycle the water, given her willingness to trade it. He suspected she might even have the blueprint. When he asked her if she did not confirm or deny it, simply stating that the device should be enough to cover the resources she needed. He hid his surprise. Whatever secret she held, he was lucky enough to get the tech. He agreed to the trade, and once the transaction was complete, he found the device could be perfectly installed between his wastewater and clean water tanks. Once activated, the purified water would flow automatically into storage, saving him an immense amount of trouble. Naturally, he called upon Sublimation since it was a small level 1 item. The energy drain was minimal. It transformed into a level 2 premium water purification device, tripling the output to 3 kilograms per hour and adding the ability to purify non-freshwater sources like seawater. Feeling a surge of goodwill, he sent her another message asking if she could upgrade her train and if she would share what the upgrade options looked like. He was curious to see if her choices matched his. She hesitated but eventually sent a screenshot of her level 2 options. She had the basic carriage and the extended stop time, which were identical to his. But her random options were a welding tool set and a wooden bed blueprint. It confirmed his theory. The carriage and time extension were fixed, while the others were random and varied in quality. Her options were noticeably inferior to the ones he had been offered. While he nodded in understanding, she asked if he had any train coins. He said no. When she followed up, asking if he still wanted to buy more water, talk about an awkward moment, knowing she was recycling her bath water. Buying more from her suddenly felt pretty unappealing. He declined and the chat ended. He knew she wanted the coins to buy her own options, but he barely had enough for himself. He still had one critical choice left to make: the train burst acceleration device blueprint. It cost 5 train coins, an amount most people would take several stations to accumulate, but he had more than enough. He finalized the purchase, leaving him with 4 coins. The device required 50 kilograms of metal and 200 mechanical parts to build. It would allow him to produce acceleration bullets that could triple the train speed for 10 minutes. It was expensive, but undoubtedly worth the cost. The trading platform was becoming more diverse after the second station, but food and water remained the most desperate needs for the majority. Those barrels of compressed biscuits he had looked down on were suddenly looking like a gold mine. He shook his head, looking over his hard-earned stash. It had taken 7 biscuits and a massive amount of hard work to pry those gears from other survivors. Now he fully understood why Shang Yuan Yingshuer hated trading, haggling with players and constantly adjusting prices over tiny scraps of food was just exhausting. He loaded the materials into the workshop, and the blueprint for the speed booster started emitting a deep blue glow. Right before his eyes, metal and parts fused, turning into a complex mechanical heart. The system alerted him that the booster could only be installed right on the main body near the controls. Once set up, it would produce speed booster bullets limited to 3 shots a day. His heart sank at the brutal cost: 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, and a coin per bullet. Even firing cost him cash. He wondered what a little upgrade would do. With his stamina at 55 and spirit at 70, plus a few forest fruits, he definitely had enough for one try. He funneled 30 stamina and 40 spirit points inside, watching it warp into a red triple speed booster device. The daily capacity immediately rose to 5 bullets, though any chance of further upgrades was now completely Gone, following the guide, he installed it right near the console. Blinding silver flash swallowed it, and a sleek black loading port materialized. On the dash, talk about expensive, he spent 2 of his remaining coins to craft 2 silver shells, each as thick as a baby's arm. He winced at the cost while hiding his last coins. Honestly, who wouldn't want to test the speed? But he wasn't feeling that reckless just yet. Time to sleep. As he drifted off to sleep, he wondered if those low spirit warnings were actually just empty threats. He felt nothing. When he woke up, both his stats were fully restored to 100. He stretched in the cozy warmth of the heated cabin, washing his face while humming a quiet little tune. Strolling to the back, he checked the seed buried in the gray soil. It hadn't changed at all, so he decided to try upgrading it directly. It cost him 30 stamina, but he got a blessed white forest fruit seed. The growth period fell from 30 days to only 93 to sprout, and 3 to mature. Even better, it would yield 1 blessed fruit daily. He buried it again and watered it, feeling pretty good about the setup. On his way back to the front cabin, he stopped by the recycling bot. Time to upgrade his loyal little metallic buddy. Crouching down, he tapped on its oversized matchbox head to trigger an upgrade. Strangely, the stamina he siphoned in vanished without a trace. Talk about a surprise failure. Frowning at his first setback, he tried again with spirit, spending 40 points. A glowing light wrapped the bot, transforming it into the GT1 automatic treasure hunter. Its purpose was crystal clear. It would exit the train at stations to track down hidden chests, mapping out any heavy loot it couldn't carry. It cost 1 coin per run, returning before the engine pulled out. Suddenly, weird eyes popped out, spinning a full 360 degrees to lock onto him. The terminal prompted him for an identity name. Immediately, an old-world movie came to mind. He named the little bot Wally. It immediately powered down into sleep mode, just waiting for a coin to wake up at the next stop. Between buying those acceleration bullets and this robot, he was practically staring at financial ruin. He realized most people had no clue what these train coins were actually worth. Right now, they were just desperately scavenging for enough bread to survive another day. Checking the regional chat room confirmed his theory. Everyone was completely in the dark. They were unlocking supply chests, wondering if the coins were just some future station currency. Seeing his chance, he put up a trade: 1 compressed biscuit plus a bottle of water, all for just 1 single coin. Hopefully someone bites. If not, no big deal. By 12:30 p.m., the system prompt finally appeared. He had to choose between a level 2 Goblin Village, which was a hunting station, and Doomsday Town, a level 2 mission station. A mission station sounded way better. It was a fresh opportunity, far better than the mindless chore of slaughtering goblins. He locked in his choice. Instantly, the train lurched forward, picking up speed. The view outside dissolved into pure white noise as the countdown ticked down. When it hit 0, everything changed. He looked out at his destination, Doomsday Town. A 4-hour docking countdown started, but the system warning caught his eye. This area was no longer labeled as low risk. It was marked dangerous. The train hissed to a stop. He peered through the window to inspect the area. It was a massive contrast to the dark, oppressive tunnels from before. Instead, a blazing sun hung overhead, casting a blinding, merciless light over the ruins. The entire landscape looked completely abandoned and absolutely haunting. Dried red stains ruined the asphalt, and rows of rusted, dead cars blocked the streets. Doomsday Town, the name was terrifyingly accurate. He turned back to his little companion. It was time to put Wally to work, though he winced a little at the cost. He dropped a precious train coin into the slot and watched the bot wobble away. It slipped down the recycling chute. He just hoped no monsters would mistake it for a toy. If they did, it would be gone, but he had his own problems to worry about. Right now, he needed to identify his actual mission for this station. A clue: slumped right outside lay a rotting corpse. Stiff fingers still desperately clutching a faded backpack. A piece of parchment inside was fluttering in the wind, but it was too far to read. Time to move. He did one last quick gear check. He had his crafted rifle, his black gloss pistol, and a sharp dagger ready. And the best part, his newly upgraded ceramic bulletproof vest. He had already sublimated it. No more bulky frame, just sleek, form-fitting, life-saving protection. It kept all its defensive strength, now completely streamlined, armed and ready. He hit the release, the doors hissed open, and he stepped outside. He shut them behind him with a quick flick of his wrist. Since only the conductor could open them, his train was perfectly safe. The second he stepped out, a wave of intense heat washed over him. It carried a foul stench, like rotten fish mixed with decayed bread. Approaching the dead body, he used his rifle barrel to nudge the backpack open. He unfolds the parchment to read. The note claims that this dead man was once a legendary courier for the Run Company. Staring at his bones, there really wasn't much greatness left, yet the sender clearly possessed a pretty dark sense of humor, writing that death was near, but the delivery must still be made. The task itself was straightforward: deliver whatever was inside the leather bag to a small silverware shop in the southeast corner of town. The letter promised a huge payout from the firm if he showed the badge. Intrigued, he peeked inside the bag and discovered a cake sealed tight. In a clear box, miraculously still fresh, "Happy Birthday" was neatly written. Across the top in red jam, looking at the corpse, that celebration was a long-forgotten memory, but even if the party was over, that cake was still a prize worth taking. He also pulled out a heavy mechanical badge, featuring a tiny gear-driven running figure, alongside a map marked with a red dot. Armed with the map, he began his journey. The street ahead was a literal graveyard of broken bones and dried blood, whispering of old horrors. Suddenly, he caught movement. A starving hyena was gnawing on a corpse, the first living creature he had seen. Or so he assumed, until the beast slowly turned. Its skull was completely rotted, through exposing its dark heart. It wasn't an animal, it was a zombie. The beast let out a guttural growl and lunged straight at his throat. Fighting down the rising panic, he raised his pistol, time to shoot. He fired repeatedly. He was no marksman, but at this close distance, one shot hit dead on. The heavy impact was enough to completely shatter the creature into pieces. He had to run. That loud gunfire would act as a dinner bell for every hungry beast nearby. Taking a quick detour, he safely made it to the silverware shop. Surprisingly, the surrounding streets were dead silent. Wait, was anyone actually still alive behind these locked steel shutters? Just as he prepared to force the heavy metal gate open, it slid up just a tiny fraction. Instantly, he aimed his rifle directly at the gap. A hoarse voice from inside begged him not to shoot, swearing he was human. Keeping his distance, he claimed to be a courier completing a delivery, and held up the badge. In this wasteland, a professional title earned respect. A tired, scruffy-looking man in his late 40s peeked out through the crack, muttering that only couriers, madmen, and monsters walked these streets now. He gestured for him to enter, but he kept his weapon aimed right at the man's face. No risks. He carefully handed over the cake and demanded his payment. The survivor stared at the sweet treat with immense sorrow, whispering that it was a real shame he had not arrived sooner. He went inside, returning with a box containing 3 heavy train coins. This confirmed it. These coins were the universal currency of this world. But as he reached to take them, the man's expression changed instantly. He lunged forward, grabbing the gun barrel with clear murderous intent. No hesitation, he pulled the trigger, blasting the man's hand completely off. The metal shutter flew open, revealing that the shopkeeper was no longer human. He had mutated into a giant, grotesque beast, his face twisted in raw agony. He roared about his daughter, weeping for a cake, cursing his name. The useless couriers for taking too long. He takes a deep breath, centers himself, and keeps firing. 3 rounds hit home, but the creatures hardened. Hyde shrugged off the upgraded rifle's power. It slammed a fist into his chest, sending him flying. He gritted his teeth and forced himself up, his stomach churning. If not for his enhanced vest, that single hit would have ended him. The monster shrieked and charged again. He fired another shot, and the beast laughed, claiming those bullets didn't scare him. He smirked and told the beast to look down. He paused, seeing his body riddled with holes he hadn't even felt. He didn't give the beast a second chance. He drew his blacklight enchanted pistol, which pulsed with an eerie glow, converting his stamina into armor-piercing rounds. He stepped close and pressed the muzzle to his forehead. One final bang, and it was over. Silence returned, and he realized why no other monsters were nearby. This was the giant boss's domain. After catching his breath, he retrieved the cake and the 3 train coins, feeling a flicker of regret for the waste of it. He opened the shutter fully to find a clean silverware shop filled with silver crossbow bolts and spearheads. On a shelf, he found a diary. The entries told a heartbreaking story of a father finding coins in a broken locomotive, trying to buy a birthday cake to cure his sick daughter. By March 11th, she had died without ever tasting something sweet. By March 15th, the man had completely lost his mind. He walked to the backyard, found the small tombstone. The father erected and placed the cake there. It felt like the only way to truly finish the mission, but that diary left him with a chilling thought, a broken locomotive outside town. Was there another conductor who had come before them? The realization that they were not the first survivors in this game weighed heavily on him. He scavenged what he could, a crossbow and several silver items. They were heavy, but they felt incredibly important. On his return trip, the town crawled with monsters, making him realize how much he needed that extra hour his upgrade provided. He saw zombie animals of all kinds, but curiously, no humanoid ones. Back at the train, he checked the time. 35 minutes remained. He inspected his haul. Meathil bolts, a Meathil cross, and a Meathil sword, all level 2. He recycled the scraps into 10 kilograms of raw Meathil, a fortune in his old world. He decided to sublimate the cross, turning it into a level 3 sanctified Meathil cross that emitted holy light. As for the other weapons, he knew his limits. He was no swordsman, and his aim with a crossbow was even worse than with a pistol. He hung the cross at the front of the train and checked the trading platform. Someone had finally accepted his offer for train coins. He sat back, munching on a fruit and admiring his new coins before opening the chat room. The numbers were grim: 7,825 left of 10,000. Another 1,000 people were gone. Most were still struggling for the barest essentials. While he was sitting on a pile of Meathil and enchanted weapons, the chat room was a chaotic mess of fear and confusion as people recounted their experiences at the third station. Someone spoke of a cave crawling with spiders they had not dared to enter, while another boasted of using a gun purchased from an expert to fend off wild dogs and secure a meal. His ears perked up at the mention of expert. He smiled, realizing his reputation was growing, though some were quick to dismiss him. One voice insisted he was short-sighted and that his big brother, Lai Zio-shan, was the true authority, claiming Li was on the verge of a level. Li remembered Lai Zio-shan. He had confidently predicted he would reach level 2 within 3 stations, and yet here they were at the third, and he was only just announcing his success. He posted a screenshot of his upgrade options, inviting others to join his alliance if they had train coins, promising food and water to early recruits. Li ignored his posturing and focused on the data. His options included a carriage blueprint, an automatic fishing rod, a survival rations recipe, and the 1-hour stop extension. As Li suspected, the first and fourth options were identical to his. The pattern was clear. While the rations were useless to him, the fishing rod was an interesting prospect for future water-based stations, though he felt no need to rush into buying it. With the Crossroads of Fate module, he would get a 30-minute head start on information anyway. It was time to consider another train: sublimation. He had been holding off to recover his stamina and accumulate more train coins. Between the silverware shop's bounty and his previous holdings, he had 4 coins. If Wally found a chest here, he would be even stronger. Just as he prepared to begin, the rhythmic clanking of treads outside caught his attention. He looked out to see Wally wobbling back through the recycling chute, clutching a candy box stained with dark red marks. The little robot was covered in deep bite marks, clearly the work of something far more vicious than a normal animal. Lee followed its trail and saw dozens of zombie dogs circling the train, followed by lumbering mutated humanoids similar to the shop owner he had killed. He gave Wally's metal head a helpless rap, noting that it had led the monsters straight to his door. Still, it had brought back a level 2 treasure chest, so he could not be too angry. He picked up the box, completely unconcerned by the growing horde outside. This was only a level 2 station, and his train was equipped with a level 4 defensive sentry tower. As the monsters crossed the 100-meter perimeter, the red orb at top the tower locked on. Crimson circles painted the ground beneath their feet. Long rifle barrels extended from the shadows, the air filled with the steady crack of gunfire, each shot finding a lethal weak point. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. He watched the scene with a detached calm, munching on a white forest fruit as more monsters swarmed in, only to have their skulls shattered by the sentry's superior marksmanship. When the countdown hit 0, the train lurched forward. They slipped into the void, leaving the ruins of Doomsday Town behind for the familiar endless wilderness. The onboard broadcast chimed, announcing that the newbie Protection period was over. Survival mode was now active, and the voice warned them to be cautious at night. Any train moving slower than 30 kilometers per hour would enter a dangerous status. The chat room erupted in a fresh wave of panic. But Lee was focused on his own notifications. He had achieved an A grade elimination rating for the station and completed a hidden mission, Town Liberator. His reward was a car exchange ticket. He patted Wally's head, realizing he would have missed this entirely without the little bot's mistake. He decided to sublimate the ticket first, transforming it into a special car. He exchanged the prize ticket for a level 2 special car. Upon activation, a basic storage car descended from the sky and locked onto his train. It was exactly what he needed: 48 units that could store unlimited items, finally clearing the clutter from his living quarters. But he wasn't done yet. He moved to the end of the new car and initiated another sublimation to push it to level 3. The cost was heavy: 25 stamina and 25 mental energy, plunging him back into exhaustion. However, the result was a storage unit car that not only prevented items from decaying, but offered 3 special units accessible from anywhere. It was essentially a portable inventory. He tested it by placing fruits into a unit and successfully manifesting one in his hand. Back in the locomotive, it was an incredible gain. Exhaustion tugged at him, but he still had the level 2 chest Wally had found. Pushing through the haze, he spent another 45 mental energy points to sublimate it into a level 3 chest. The warnings for mental collapse flashed red in his vision, but he felt nothing but a heavy, numbing fatigue. He pried the box open to find 6 train coins, a zombie slayer chainsaw sword, 3 virus serums, and a windproof lighter. With 10 train coins now in his possession, he was likely the wealthiest conductor in existence. He had the resources to claim every upgrade option the next time the train leveled up, but for now his body was screaming for rest. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit, reaching a state of exhaustion he had never known before. While he slept, the rest of the world scrambled. Conductors were desperately trading for metal and parts to upgrade their wheels just to hit the 30 kilometers per hour safety threshold, even if it meant sabotaging their long-term progress. Meanwhile, Lai Zio sat in his carriage with a darkened expression. He had a resource radar ability that let him pinpoint materials, yet somehow someone was still faster than him. The sharp, rhythmic cracks of gunfire suddenly tore through the silence of the wilderness. So noisy, he forced his heavy, leaden eyelids open and instinctively glanced out the window, only to feel his heart skip a beat. Dozens of glowing crimson eyes were cutting through the pitch-black night, relentlessly chasing the train. Honestly, would you be able to sleep through that? Terror snapped him awake. He scrambled to the front of the locomotive, finding that his automated alert system had already hummed to life, its red sensors swiveling. He suddenly recalled the grim announcement that followed the 3rd station. This had to be the nighttime danger they warned everyone about. The system identified the pursuers as level 1 Blood Moon wolves, noting their speed at 25 kilometers per hour. Seeing that, he felt the tension in his chest loosen slightly. As long as the train maintained a speed above 30 kilometers per hour, he wasn't in danger of being overtaken, and since his level 2 train cruised at 40 kilometers per hour, these beasts had no real hope of catching him. He splashed some freezing water on his face, letting the biting wind from the vents clear the last of the fog from his brain. It was 1:44 a.m. and any lingering sleepiness was gone. He opened the chat room to check on the others, but as he saw the numbers, his pupils contracted in shock. 4,130 out of 10,000. He vaguely recalled around 7 or 8,000 earlier that day. That meant over 4,000 people had been slaughtered in the wilderness while he slept, and the body count was still ticking down. A cold chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down his spine. The nights were deadlier than any station. Anyone who failed to upgrade their speed was basically served up as monster prey. Only those surviving this night of terror could truly call themselves survivors. The cozy days of hiding in the train were over. To survive, they had to explore, harvest, and upgrade, or face certain death. A private chat notification suddenly blinked. It was Shangyuan Yingshuer, asking if he was still breathing. He replied that he had just woken up, asking to trade. She was desperately hunting for bullets, but he had to turn her down. Between the 3rd station slaughter and the alert tower defenses, he had burned through 70 rounds. He only had 300 left, so he could not risk selling off his own security. She asked if he possessed a bullet blueprint, and when he said no, she gave a decisive goodbye. Their exchange was refreshingly simple. He sat back to check his personal stats, noticing something absolutely impossible. His personal spirit had somehow fully recovered to 110. He even pinched himself hard to ensure he was not dreaming. The sting was very real. His spirit cap had somehow increased. He could not recall doing anything special before sleeping besides collapsing from utter exhaustion, but he pushed the mystery aside. A higher cap was an absolute blessing, and he was not going to argue. It was time. Having cleared 3 stations, the train was finally ready. He touched the console and felt the energy floodgates open as his stamina and spirit began to drain rapidly, while the first upgrade was cheap. This upgrade demanded a massive and painful draw, dropping his stamina to 52 and his spirit to 50, but the system confirmed success. The train was now level 3. He scanned the massive requirements for level 4 and felt a headache coming. 300 kilograms of wood, 300 parts, 450 kilograms of metal, plus gold, mithril and a rare firestone. He shifted his focus to the immediate rewards. The train speed jumped to 60 kilometers per hour, boosting the upgraded chassis, wheels, and frame. The real prizes were the new upgrade options and a special module card he had earned. Opening the screen, he found a conductor card for early departure, level 3 bullet blueprint, and a level 3 generator blueprint. The timing was absolutely perfect. He desperately needed bullets, and that power generator would be absolutely vital very soon. Even with his 10 coins, he could not afford everything, forcing a strategic decision. He spent 8 precious coins on that highly critical early departure privilege, the bullet blueprint, and the extra docking time. Bullet manufacturing required metal and gunpowder, but since gunpowder was scarce on the public market, he decided to delay any manufacturing. Instead, he focused on early departure and immediately sublimated it, gaining a VIP privilege that finally allowed him to leave any dangerous station the moment the docking timer hit the final 3 hours. Finally, he examined the brand new conductor module card. It was blood red with an abstract eye pattern, looking far more ominous than his previous modules. But he was running on fumes, this endless loop of survival and upgrade cycles had left him in a state of perpetual, incredibly heavy fatigue. He waited. He drifted back to sleep, holding the card. While he rested, the chat became a desperate graveyard. Everyone realized 30 kilometers per hour was useless against these rapidly accelerating monsters. By 6:30 a.m., a sudden new broadcast chilled everyone right to the bone. The second night of survival was starting in 3 days. Anyone moving under 40 kilometers per hour was dead meat, making a level 2 upgrade mandatory. Li Zioshan watched the unfolding panic with a smug, arrogant grin. Armed with his resource radar talent, he felt completely untouchable. He used the chaos to recruit for his alliance, promising to help others upgrade. Wondering if our main character beat him to the first upgrade, he sent a friend request. He arrogantly assumed the young man would jump at the chance to join his faction. Awakening at 8:34 a.m., he felt the heavy ache of sleeping on the floor. He ate a white forest fruit, watered his sapling, and checked the time. The 40 kilometers per hour requirement did not worry him, but the weather surely did. Oppressive dark clouds choked the sky, weighing heavily on the world. He grabbed his card. His stamina sat at 82, while his mental energy reached 110. It was finally time. He activated his unique talent and whispered the sublimation command. The card instantly transformed into an advanced conductor module named Judgment of Gunfire. As the energy settled, a strange, powerful new clarity flooded into his mind. Drawing his pistol, the usual heavy clumsiness was entirely gone, replaced by pure instinct. He felt like a master marksman. The module let him spend mental energy to judge targets. This brand new ability dealt devastating damage based purely on his target's sins. He knew that every single shot from now on would land exactly where he wanted. Directly absorbing the legendary skills of an elite sharpshooter changed everything for him. With this deadly mastery, encountering those wretched zombies again would not scare him at all. The days of frantically hiding and dodging in terror were officially over. After testing his rewards, he munched on some fruit while opening his private chat. Given his growing reputation, trades should come easily. It would be a massive shame to miss out on rare blueprints or valuable train coins. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar name on his screen, Li Zioshan. The three-station guy was actively inviting him to join a brand new alliance. To our protagonist, the alliance seemed completely untrustworthy. Still, he hesitated. He accepted the friend request anyway, knowing they were entirely different people. He figured the guy had some train coins, making trades perfectly fine for now, just as long as he kept his distance. Meanwhile, Lai Zio Shan was incredibly busy. He was busy selling fishing rods when he noticed the friend request had been accepted. The arrogant guy assumed our hero was reaching out because he was desperate. Cutting straight to the point, our main character asked if the rods were ready. The arrogant leader quickly dodged the question, asking about his payment terms instead. He even offered one for free, on the sole condition of joining his alliance. The ridiculous membership terms required 5 kilos of wood or 1 train coin. In exchange, members would get daily rations and a fishing rod. He kept rambling on. He claimed our hero would run out of supplies soon, so they must unite. He wanted to build the strongest faction. Our hero calmly finished his fruit, unbothered. Then he typed back a simple ultimatum: is he selling the rods or not? He was not the only source. Someone else had found a mechanical rod blueprint. At the first station, when Lee stopped responding, he did not waste any time. Instead, he tracked down another seller named Ziolan for a quick trade. For 20 mechanical parts and a single biscuit, he bought a fully automated mechanical rod, which was way better than wooden ones. He immediately used his sublimation skill. It became an alluring mechanical rod that required absolutely no bait. As he set it aside, he noticed Jaelin sent a request. He accepted it. At 12:30 in the afternoon, a massive roar split the sky. Safe inside his climate-controlled carriage, he watched the storm outside. Oppressive clouds choked the atmosphere. One raindrop fell. A brutal and torrential downpour soon followed. The announcement system crackled, warning about an upcoming thunderstorm. It was strange how the wasteland weather could affect these stations. After all, they felt like entirely different worlds. He checked options for the 4th station. His choices were the level 3 Thunder Strike Goblin Tribe, Hunting Station, or the level 3 Mist Vale Manor mission. Seriously, is the universe playing some kind of sick joke on him with these endless goblins? Still, he had no intention of entering a dangerous hunting station. He chose the manor, despite his last mission station being chaos. The train accelerated quickly, and darkness swallowed the entire locomotive. Space dissolved completely. When the train arrived, docking began. The countdown started at 5 hours, carrying a heavy warning of hazard. Looking through the window, he saw they were stuck on a broken mountain highway in a storm. Lightning illuminated a smoking police car nearby. No more zombies, please. He definitely wasn't in the mood for another horde. Preparing for the worst, he activated Wally with a train coin. The little machine wobbled right out into the pouring rain. He quickly prepped his fruits, bullets, and serums. His blessed virus serums were now serving as highly potent health potions. Armed with a pistol, rifle, and his trusty Meathal cross, he prepared. Clad in a traded raincoat, he finally stepped out of the train to investigate the crash. Fortunately, the nearby corpses were not turning into monsters, a relief. Searching beside a dead officer, he found a voice recorder. The audio mentioned a wealthy tycoon named Ravi who died on the mountain. While the cops hated remote areas, a huge payout motivated them. The tycoon's rich daughter was offering major funding for their help. They even discussed pinning the entire murder on an innocent maid if they failed to find him. This felt like a surface-level mystery. He found some cheap pistols inside. He tossed them back into his train, since they were absolutely useless for his needs. Grabbing the police chief's badge and identification, he headed up the road. Within 15 minutes, he reached the grand iron gates of a massive estate. A nervous guard rushed over, but the chief's stolen identification completely fooled him. The guard led him inside, begging him to find the master's true killer before it was too late, insisting that the maid was the only one responsible for the death. That Ravi had died 4 nights ago, but they could not call for help until 3 days. Due to the storm, it sounded like a classic locked room mystery, but he struggled to believe that a level 3 station could possibly be so incredibly mundane. As they approached the castle, a shrill scream echoed from above. A female corpse plummeted straight through the dark air before crashing violently onto the lawn. In the flash of lightning, he saw a shadow that definitely was not human, and the Mythal cross on his chest began to emit heat. The guard screamed that the maid was Dead's an elderly butler ran out, and the terrified guard fled into the night. Accusing the old man of being the killer, the butler sighed, calling him chief, and noting how young he looked, he picked up the maid's body and tossed it into one of 5 pre-dug graves on the lawn, 3 of which were already occupied. He invited him inside, and the sensation of being watched made his skin crawl. Inside, the chief asked for hot water and pressed him for the truth. The butler explained that after the master died 4 days ago, the children had argued. The daughter was found dead the very next morning, which quickly drove the guard completely mad. On the 3rd day, the young master died too. He admitted he expected to die soon as well, which is why he had dug all 5 graves. He warned him that the state was cursed and that he should leave, but his bloodshot eyes under the candlelight were unsettling. Talk about a massive red flag. He gripped his cross, knowing he would have left already if he did not have it. He asked why he was still there, and he gave a mournful smile, explaining that he could not leave. The gates would not let him pass. He had told the guard not to let him in. It was too late now. He apologized, adding if he found himself unable to leave either, he would dig a grave for him too. What do you mean by this curse you mentioned? The old butler stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the young chief's face. Despite his youth, he clearly saw no trace of the fear he expected. He asked him, almost in disbelief, if he was not afraid. He simply stood up, his eyes tracking the solid wood stairs that spiraled into the upper reaches of the castle. He told him that he had forgotten to mention a small detail. Besides being a police chief, he also worked part-time as a priest. Since things had reached this point, he explained that he would not be leaving easily. To prove his point, he slowly pulled the shining mythal sanctuary cross from his chest pocket. A gentle holy light immediately surged forth, dispelling the surrounding gloom and casting him in a glow that made him look like the spokesperson of a deity. The old man's mouth dropped. He rubbed his eyes, staring at him as if he were a miracle. It took him a long moment to regain his senses. Even after the light faded and he cleared his throat to get his attention, he finally gasped out a plea to the heavens, declaring that they were saved with his new identity as a priest firmly established. The old butler wasted absolutely no time in finally spilling the manor's incredibly dark history. It turned out the original owner was a bloodthirsty madman. He had once used his very own maid as a scapegoat for his crimes, throwing her directly to a corrupt police chief who tortured and eventually executed her. Following her tragic death, the entire manor was swallowed by an eternal storm of thunder and rain. When it finally cleared, every single soul inside, including the treacherous police chief, had died an unnatural death. For the next 30 years, the manor changed hands a dozen times, each owner meeting gruesome end on a rainy night. Ravi, the current owner, was a cheapskate who never believed in ghosts. He saw a tax-free mansion selling cheap and simply could not resist. Now the cycle was repeating with rain, isolation, and inevitable death. The butler noted the only difference this time around was that they had successfully summoned Yikian, hoping he could shatter the curse. He asked the butler exactly where the first maid had died, pointing him toward the clock tower at the castle's highest peak. Yikian already knew his path. This curse was likely a vengeful spirit bound to the cold stone and soil. As long as his cross could crush the entity, this job was as good as done. He did not dwell on any chance of failure, since that was just a waste of time. He grabbed an oil lamp and trailed the butler up the grand staircase. The castle was a symphony of freezing, damp echoes and constant dripping leaks, but the moment they reached the clock tower, the cross in his hand began to throb with intense, sudden heat. He knew they had arrived. The butler shrank back, paralyzed by pure terror, so he steeled his resolve and stepped into the clock tower alone. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt an icy presence lock onto him, rushing through the dark air. Without a shred of panic, he commanded it to get lost as his mythal sanctuary cross unleashed a blinding, holy light. A bloody scream shattered the quiet night, instantly followed by a heavy metallic clatter against the stone floor. He looked down to find a smooth, glassy skull resting at his feet. He blinked, wondering if the threat was truly gone. Honestly, talk about an easy win. He pinched his thigh, but the sharp pain was real. He swept the room, finding nothing else. It was over. Just like that, staring at his cross, he realized he had vastly underestimated its godlike power. For anyone else, this place would have been a total death trap, but his ability to upgrade the level 2 mythal cross into this sanctuary version gave him a legendary weapon the world was not ready for. He exhaled, Scooping up the skull, though he had no idea what it did, he was not about to leave a level 3 drop behind. Emerging from the tower, he found the butler pale with absolute terror, but Yi Qian reassured him the curse was broken and showed him the glass skull as proof. The servant stammered out intense gratitude, though the storm outside raged on. He knew the spirit did not cause the tempest. The storm had birthed the spirit instead. Since the mansion's seal was shattered and he had only been there for an hour, he decided to maximize his limited time. This was a rich man's estate, and though there were no train coins or weapons lying around, it possessed something far more vital: real food. He was sick of biscuits and bland fruit, craving a feast. The butler led him to a safe, presenting a pure red gemstone, a priceless treasure Ravi found long ago. The man insisted he keep it as his reward, noting that with the master dead, he could take absolutely anything else. That was music to his ears. He weighed the cold, heavy gem in his palm, telling the butler he would depart down the mountain soon. But first, he needed to restock. He raided the kitchen, finding a massive fridge packed with fresh meat, eggs, and greens, immediately starting round trips to his train. Every 20 minutes, hauling back everything he could carry. The butler, busy tying up the crazed security guard, looked shocked when the young man reappeared for the third. The butler asked if there was a problem with the curse, but he casually answered that the almighty god was just hungry. On his final trip, the butler called out to him at the iron gate. He and the guard bowed deeply, handing him a ribbon tied wooden box. The butler did not care if he emptied the house, but he would have regretted letting him leave without this gift. Inside were 3 train coins, currency for the run company. That was a name that sent a jolt straight through him. The organization from Doomsday Town was no one-off. He could not solve that mystery yet, so he returned to the train for the final time. He ditched his raincoat and grinned at the massive pile of food and kitchenware. He stored every single item in the storage units to prevent spoilage, immediately firing up a grill for a thick premium steak. As it sizzled, he set out containers to catch rainwater and organized his haul. The skull was now a purified earthbound object, a level 3 item that could ward off evil, while the ruby was a level 1 valuable. He decided to sublimate the skull immediately, feeling his stamina and spirit drain away until he was nearly empty. The skull transformed into a perfectly smooth, glowing jade stone, a level 4 pure earthbound stone. This thing was an absolute powerhouse. It nullified all evil spirits below its level and absorbed negative effects. Meant for him, it still had potential for more, but that was a task for another day. With 42 minutes left on the clock, he was enjoying his steak when he heard a familiar wobble. While Ally emerged from the recycling chute with a bloodstained gift box, a level 3 treasure chest. He patted his head and promised him some oil later before the little guy went back to hibernate. No reason to stay any longer. He commanded the train to depart, accelerating through the void and back into the wilderness. Good timing too, because the chat room erupted. Everyone was losing their minds. Monsters would now attack during the day, and that precious newbie protection was gone. He ignored all the chatter about whether anyone had actually reached level 3 yet. They would eat their words later. The death toll for Station 4 was lower, only about 1,000 deaths, but the desperation in the chat was palpable. He focused on his level 3 chest, using his remaining energy to sublimate it into level 4. He speared a piece of steak and wiped his hands, waiting for the lid to open. His last level 4 chest had given him the watchtower. Let's hope this new one is just as good. A familiar notification chimed as the level 4 treasure chest yielded its contents along with 8 train coins. He found an observer blueprint, a safety bracelet, and a wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint, all level 4 alongside mysterious item called a profane card fragment. Seeing 2 level 4 blueprints in a single haul was a stroke of luck that far surpassed his previous openings. He eagerly examined each of the new acquisitions. The observer blueprint required a mix of metal, wood, mechanical parts, and electronic components. Once installed, it would act as a full security system, monitoring every inch of the train and sounding an alarm the moment a foreign presence was detected. It was an excellent facility, though he would need to scour the trading platform for those electronic components. The safety bracelet was even more straightforward, but perhaps far more vital. It's brief. The bracelet promised to block one fatal attack, just one. In this world, survival is the only currency. Nothing else matters. Slipping the band onto his right wrist, a wave of pure relief washed over him. But the monkey doll bomb, that was a massive logistical nightmare. It required a ridiculous amount of gunpowder, 400 grams for each unit. Considering 100 bullets only used 500 grams, this was crazy expensive. Shaking his head at the lack of raw materials, he realized a simple truth. He was going to have to take charge and purchase everything himself. His attention then shifted to the black and gold shard, only a small fragment. Labeled as a profane card piece, the system indicated he needed 3 to craft the full card, but its true purpose remained a total mystery. It definitely was not ordinary. Tracking down 2 more fragments would mean hunting for level 4 chests, a brutal task even with his luck. Turning to the trading platform, he found the market completely in chaos. Tiny batches and absurdly predatory prices were the norm, and he refused to play the fool and get ripped off just because he was rich. Truly powerful survivors were not about to give away vital items like gunpowder. To get results, he had to go directly to the public. He spent a train coin to pin an offer in the main chat. He wanted gunpowder, offering compressed biscuits in water or fresh tomatoes for every 200 grams. He also posted a request for electronics, offering a water bottle and biscuit for every 10 pieces. Most survivors already had water from the thunderstorm, but his deal offered real luxury, sweetness, and fresh garden produce. He had 3 whole crates of tomatoes, salvaged from the 4th Station Manor. Like ancient sailors on a long voyage, everyone feared scurvy. It was a real threat. The public chat exploded instantly. Some were completely stunned by the pinned post. Others were angry that he spent a train coin just for visibility, but most were drooling over those fresh tomatoes. As suspected, prepared survivors were out there, hiding resources. Within a short time, he locked in 10 trades, securing 2 kilograms of gunpowder. He immediately set to work crafting his first batch of level 3 bullets. They felt incredibly heavy, way more substantial than his starting ammo. To test them, he fired a single shot from his black pistol at a stack of scrap metal. Normally, his standard rounds would just pierce through. This one blew the entire pile apart. Absolute pure destruction. He could only marvel at the ridiculous power surge. He quickly turned the rest of his gunpowder into exactly 999 level 3 bullets, storing them safely. His special inventory, allowing him to grab them even off the train. Soon his private messages started flashing. All 3 of his regular contacts had reached out. Lizaya. Zan was busy with his usual big ego, suggesting they rule the tracks as king conductors. He ignored the guy. Zioin, the fishing rod seller, wanted to buy a gun with train coins. Now that was a useful partner. Then there was Shangyuan Yingshuer. She asked about his train level, and he gave a pretty vague answer, just saying he recently upgraded. She did not pry, but her attention instantly shifted to his newly acquired gunpowder. She wanted bullets, and since she was one of the few who could actually afford them, he offered her 40 bullets for 1 train coin, a decent middle ground price. She reluctantly accepted after some brief haggling, but he was not stopping there. Next, he offered her a level 2 exquisite sharpshooter rifle for just 2 train coins, throwing in 10 extra bullets as a sweet bonus. She gritted her teeth and agreed, likely feeling as though he knew exactly how many coins she had. As a final request, he asked her to use her blueprint to craft him a wooden bed, providing the materials himself. That trade was a massive win. He walked away with 3 more train coins and a proper place to sleep. That rifle was useless anyway. With his judgment of gunfire module, his handy pistol was more than enough. He then turned his focus to Jaelin, selling him several sublimated level 2 rifles for 2 coins each, and even trading some bullets for 5 freshwater fish. His wealth reached 16 train coins. After securing electronic components, he quickly built the observer device in the 3rd car. Next up was the generator blueprint. He bought it for 6 coins. The materials were manageable, and once built, the generator ran on diesel, but hunting for oil, no way. So he patted the metal and initiated sublimation. It transformed instantly. An enchanted omnivorous power generator capable of burning wood, metal, or coal to produce electricity. He tossed in some wood, watched the battery power climb, and finally installed electric bulbs for the first time since arriving in this brutal world. He lay under the warm glow of electric light. The storm was gone. The wilderness was lonely but quiet. He stared into the dark until he drifted off. The next morning, dazzling sunlight Woke him, he stretched, enjoyed a white forest fruit for breakfast, and headed to the front cabin. The moment he stepped inside, stifling heat slammed him. Like a literal physical blow, the morning broadcast confirmed his worst fears. A hot wind day had arrived. The weather was shifting violently again. No platform change was mentioned, but the temperature was already climbing. It was dangerous. He retreated to the temperature-controlled car to wash his face, dreading the heat. What a nuisance that the control system was. Only accessible in that boiling front cabin, but there was no choice. He logged back into the chat room, which was absolutely buzzing. Everyone had been forced awake long before him. In this scorching heat, it seemed he was the only one who had managed to sleep. Inside the carriage, the air felt like a massive weight pressing on his chest. Sweat stung his eyes. He gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water, trying to ignore the frantic chat messages. Everyone was losing their minds. They were screaming about the intense 40-degree heat and how the train had become a literal metal oven. Their mental and physical attributes were dropping by the second, pushing them to the brink of absolute madness under the sun. He checked his own interface and noted that while his physical level was indeed dipping to 98, his mental state remained a rock-solid 110. Perhaps those constant white forest fruits had given him some resistance. Resilience others lacked. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered his quiet thoughts. He looked toward the noise, realizing his train warning systems were already activated. Outside, a pack of starving hyenas desperately chased the train, their ribs visible under mangy fur. At his current level 3 speed, they posed no danger, but it troubled him that there was no system broadcast for this encounter. This was no timed survival event. Either it was a random, spontaneous chase, likely the new wilderness reality. Suddenly, a flashing message alert on his private chat caught his eye. It was Zhao Lin, the maker of the automatic fishing rods, asking if he had also met monsters, and he confirmed it as the hyenas finally fell behind in the distance. She sounded deeply shaken, mentioning a bird swarm had almost shattered her windows, and she barely survived. By pushing her train to 35 kilometers per hour, she desperately needed upgrades but had run out of coins. Asking if he would accept fish instead, he looked at the message with cold pragmatism. He was not short on food and had zero interest in charity. He rejected her offer immediately, but she did not stop. She pleaded with him, revealing her unique talent called luck conservation, which constantly cycled good and bad fortune. She had struck it rich earlier, but feared her next stop would be an absolute disaster, leaving her unable to upgrade her train before the next survival night. Her talent was unique, but he preferred the reliable power of his sublimation. Still, he saw a great investment. He asked what she required. She listed 38 kilos of wood, 22 kilos of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. He wanted her last treasure chest plus 10 fish, specifically warning her not to try and dump that fishing rod blueprint on him. She agreed instantly, and in a flash of light, the trade was complete. Among her items was a level 1 nutrient solution. Though the boots and fishing line were mediocre, the solution was exactly what he needed. He sublimated it twice, watching it transform from a basic liquid into a blessed plant elixir. He hurried to the rear of the temperature-controlled carriage and poured the glowing elixir into the box of his white forest tree. The transformation was breathtaking. A milky white glow erupted, and the sapling shot toward the ceiling. Its branches hung heavy with fruit. When the light faded, he had a level 4 tree producing 3 fruits daily. Better yet, the fruits were now level 4, meaning they could be eaten without the tedious 5-minute water soak. He took a bite, savoring the sweetness. He now had 55 life-saving fruits stored away. As hours passed, he lounged in his 22 degrees Celsius sanctuary, enjoying a steak and beer while the rest of the world sweltered. His only complaint was the warm beer. A fridge was definitely next on his list. 30 minutes before reaching the 5th stop, the crossroads of fate appeared. To his surprise, both options were level 4, the abyssal Batcave. A combat stop or Mystic Beltone, a mission stop. This combat label gave him pause. At level 4, his gear advantage might not carry him through a direct confrontation. He decided to stick with what he knew and chose the mission station. As the train accelerated into the void, the sun vanished, replaced by a quiet, snowy night. The train pulled into what looked like an utterly ordinary train station. Following his routine, he activated Wally with a train coin and watched the robot wobble away, just as he prepared to step off. The sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. He drew his pistol, his judgment of gunfire module, already calculating the trajectory based on the sound. Then a girl's voice called out, clear and innocent. She called him. Inspector, sounding incredibly relieved that he had finally arrived. He hesitated but opened the door, trusting his defensive items to react if she were a threat. Standing on the platform was a petite girl of about 11 or 12, bundled in a white winter coat. She peered into the train with azure eyes and waved enthusiastically, claiming a sister nun had promised a chief inspector would come to save them. He looked at her, searching for the catch, and asked for her name. She answered with a bright, childlike smile that her name was Tina. It seemed his fifth mission had begun before he even stepped off the platform. He had to follow Tina and see what she expected an inspector to do for the town. Tina blinked at him, her eyes filled with a pleading look so tangible it felt like a weight in the air. She asked if he was truly the inspector everyone had been waiting for, and he couldn't help but offer her a kind smile as he nodded. He reasoned that since she claimed the person arriving by train would be the inspector and he was the only one there, it had to be him. She let out a joyful cheer and urged him to follow her quickly, but he asked her to wait a moment. He reached into his supplies and handed her an ordinary white forest fruit. The little girl took it without a trace of fear, and as she bit into it, she marveled at the sweetness. He just smiled, checking his gear one last time and donning the sanctuary cross before finally stepping onto the platform. After sealing the door and setting his warning tower to maximum sensitivity, he told the girl to lead the way to those people she mentioned. They left the unnaturally sterile station and entered a town dusted with a light, silent snow. There were no street lights. The only beacon was a single lantern hanging above a church that looked uncannily like an upright train cab. The silence was heavy, and he could feel unseen eyes tracking their movement from the shadows. Whispers skittered through the dark, sending a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. He kept one hand on his black glass pistol and the other near his cross, acutely aware that this station carried a danger rating far more severe than the others. Tina, however, skipped along, the only splash of color in a grayscale world, seemingly untouched by the oppressive atmosphere. When they reached the church, Tina beckoned him inside, announcing that everyone had been waiting forever. He hesitated at the base of the jade white steps before telling her to go in first. As she pushed the doors open, a flood of light revealed hundreds of townspeople seated in pews, their heads bowed in deep prayer. At the front stood a golden-haired nun dressed in black, clutching a dark book. Tina announced his arrival, and the church fell into a sudden vacuum-like silence. Then, as if they looked like puppets controlled by one string, their heads lifting in perfect unison, and hundreds of hostile eyes locked onto him. He did not flinch, already having the safety off on his pistol, knowing one bad move meant a bullet for the creepy nun, but she just smiled warmly, telling her flock not to frighten him. Before sending Tina away, as the prayers started back up, she slowly stepped closer. Holding a strange box from the pulpit, he instantly leveled his gun at her head, ordering her to stay back, demanding to know what was actually going on here. This bizarre village felt incredibly wrong, and her calm smile made it way worse. She froze, but Nella placed the box on the floor instead. Inside lay a strange gold and black shard, which was a fragment of a legendary blasphemy card. Her smile never wavered as she whispered that only those who blaspheme against gods can ever enter this world. She called him the inspector, but quickly corrected herself, labeling him a conductor instead. She asked him which stop this town represented for him. Even though his holy cross did not react to her, he knew he had to flee. He let out a dry laugh. Only a fool would stay here, and bolted. The nun shrieked for the townspeople to stop him, and those praying residents suddenly transformed into terrifying, lightning-fast hunters. This stop was turning into an absolute nightmare, so he fired a clean headshot at the fastest monster, but her mocking voice echoed all around them, laughing that simple bullets would never hurt her precious creations. But her arrogant triumph instantly vanished, replaced by sheer shock, when she felt her mental connection to that puppet snap clean in two. His special level 3 armor-piercing rounds actually worked. With his gun module active, his aim was absolutely effortless. He was gaining ground, but things are never that simple here. Then, with a freezing sigh that chilled him to the bone, she materialized right in front of him. They were barely 100 meters from the platform. She had teleported. She calmly admitted she was impressed that a level 3 train could do this. Just as his defense tower suddenly roared to life behind him. But before it could fire, dark chains lashed out, wrapping the barrels tight. With his main defense completely shut down, he knew he was totally outclassed. He tried to play it cool, suggesting they talk things out peacefully. But she warmly assured him she meant no harm, so he just sat on the dirt, realizing it was pointless to run from someone who literally bends space. The terrifying woman introduced herself as Shah and pulled him back up. Her delicate build contrasted completely with that terrifying, godlike power. Back inside the chapel, she forcefully handed him the mysterious card fragment. He tried to reject the dangerous gift, but she just giggled it off. She asked how a sweet, innocent nun could ever hurt a fly. He did not buy that act for a single second, especially when she casually crushed an armored puppet's head with her bare hand. He immediately promised to keep the fragment safe. Shah then asked about his unique talent, but before he could even answer, she claimed she did not actually care. She was such a bizarre, unpredictable force of nature, acting holy one second and getting deeply annoyed by his silence the next. She teleports right in front of him, crushing another puppet's skull just to make a point. He hurriedly rattles off a bunch of questions to satisfy her, but she simply covers his mouth, telling him to pick one. She eventually sits cross-legged on a bench and reveals she is a senior of sorts, having arrived in this world 20 years ago. She explains she was sealed here by someone who erased the station from the records, making it impossible for any high-level trains to find her. Only a low-level train like his could enter. But it shouldn't have been able to reach this platform. She deduces his unique talent is the sole reason he found her, warning him never reveal those abilities or the blasphemy card to anyone. She warns him if others find out they will come for his life. Talk about a massive target on his back. He stares at the card in his hand, desperately wishing she would take it back. It feels like a death sentence, but looking at she, he knows he is stuck. He looks at her and asks directly, were you among the first batch of survivors to arrive in this world, since it seems she doesn't actually intend to kill him? The paralyzing fear he felt earlier begins to ebb away. He decides he might as well be bold and clarify the things he needs to know. After all, senior who has been here for over 20 years must possess knowledge far beyond his own. She shakes her head, explaining that there were quite a few batches of survivors before her time, though she notes they rarely encounter them. When he asks why, she snaps her fingers and several black chains materialize in the air, assembling themselves into a spectral train track. She reminds him that the world they are in is infinite and that all stations represent different worlds. In her era, a powerful man existed who wanted to measure the vastness of the wilderness. He united the strongest conductors of that age to gather resources and boosted his train speed too. Levels even she found hard to imagine. She clicks her tongue, recalling a terrifying number. She mentions that the man had a module, asking if he knows about them yet, and explains that her chains are a module as well. She describes them as magic or sci-fi weapons, the best way for a conductor to enhance their power. However, she looks at him and notes that as a level 3 conductor, obtaining modules wouldn't be easy, since they usually only appear in level 5 plus treasure chests or after specific upgrades. Then she gives him a scrutinizing gaze, asking if he has already obtained a module from his upgrade options. Since he shot so accurately earlier, he can only chuckle sheepishly in response. He had indeed obtained a module, but it wasn't for marksmanship. It was the early departure privilege. He asks what happened to that man and if he ever successfully measured the world. She remains silent for a moment before shaking her head. She tells him the man died. He traveled at that unimaginable speed for a full year without ever encountering another train. In the wilderness, suddenly his friend's avatar went gray. He was gone. His train lay destroyed, but that death wasn't entirely useless, she adds, because he traveled for a year without finding anyone else. They realized the wilderness consists of separate, isolated worlds. Unless the population in a sector reaches a certain threshold, they won't encounter each. Suddenly, Shah pulls out a lollipop, pops it in, and casually asks if he wants one. He politely declines, saying he is not hungry, but she grins mischievously, saying he was never going to get it anyway. After all, it was her very last piece. She removes her nun hat, then stands up, clearly done talking. Shaw offers to answer just one last important question before he has to find out the rest alone, warning him that his level is still way too low. Too much knowledge only leads to overthinking. Then, contradicting her own words, she pulls out another lollipop, no hesitation. She quickly unwraps the candy and stuffs it directly into his mouth. It is sweet, with a slightly bitter aftertaste, and the cooling sensation brings instant relief. All his exhaustion from that crazy escape is completely wiped away when he points out she lied about having only one left. She just casually remarks that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she lies. He crunches the candy and asks his final question: does she know about the Shadowy Rune Company? He describes what he saw in Doomsday Town and Rainville Villa. Shaw looks, admitting she does not, but if he has indeed seen them across multiple train stations, they are likely just one of many forces established by old conductors who grew tired of risking their lives and chose to settle down safely. She warns him their time is almost up, then offers to show him her own train. With a quick clap of her hands, Tina comes running right out from behind the church. The girl happily takes his hand, swinging it playfully, thanking him. Shaw casually mentions that Tina is actually her puppet, her finest creation ever. Talk about a twist. Tina is her puppet, her finest creation. He stares in utter disbelief at the girl. She is completely indistinguishable from a real person, and he even pokes her cheek, wondering if she was once human. Honestly, that is terrifying. He realizes he better stay on her good side so he does not end up as a puppet. Suddenly, the entire church begins to tremble. Shaw leads Tina straight to the prayer platform, commanding the system to prepare for departure. He watches in a daze as brilliant light screens flash everywhere. The church itself is her locomotive. She tosses him a black box as a reward for opening this world, promising it will definitely suit his own current level. The church completes its grand transformation into a massive locomotive, and black tracks appear beneath its wheels. In an instant, they are at the station. Outside town, he is completely, utterly stunned by her incredible train speed. Compared to her, his train moves like a snail. She reveals she is a level 57 conductor, a rank considered formidable even back in her era. She explains that while conductor levels go high, everything else maxes out at 12. All platforms, items, and chests are capped. As she finishes configuring the controls, she pokes his cheek, giving him a final serious warning. Never let the blasphemy card leave his possession. He senses no malice in her voice, only a strange kind of teasing. He promises to protect it forever, and she urges him to synthesize his own soon for the tremendous benefits it brings. She tells him it is finally time for her to depart on her journey. She could have easily taken his train with her, but staying aboard forever would just be dull. She invites him to enjoy the land until it ends, could recycle the houses in town as he pleased. Her final request was for him to burn the place down after she left, as she never intended to return to the prison that had held her for 15 years. Tina grabbed his hand, saying it was time to step off. She was so cute he could not help but pat her head. Remembering her love for white forest fruits, he pulled out 10 blessed fruits for her. She was thrilled, and the sweet aroma quickly caught Shaw's attention. He heard Shaw muttering to herself about his blessing aura and how a level 3 train could have such rare carriages. She was deeply fascinated. As he carried his gift box outside, standing on the platform, he saw the full majesty of her level 57 train, the Night Angel. It was an 18-carriage masterpiece of black and white luxury, making his own tiny 2-car train look like a complete wreck. A wave of envy hit him, though he tried to psych himself up by promising he would surpass her soon. Just then, a friend request popped up on his display. He wanted to decline, but a forced message immediately came from her, complete with a mischievous emoji. Rejecting was clearly not an option. He chose survival and accepted, but sneakily changed her contact name to Golden Retriever. She caught him instantly, calling him a good boy and warning him that she could track him anywhere now. He quickly added a prefix, evil woman. Golden Retriever. The Night Angel's massive engines roared, shaking the town. Fireworks exploded across the sky as Shaw bit into a new lollipop. She announced her departure, and the train vanished into the void, leaving Mystic Belltown in dead silence. He looked at the box she gave him, a level 9 safety box, a 2x2 cube of absolute security that was impervious to any damage or forced entry. He was stunned by her generosity. Even empty, the box was worth more than he could describe. He quickly changed her contact name to Beautiful Kind-Hearted Lady and pressed his thumb to the center of the box to bind it and check inside. The binding notification flashed before him, confirming the process was complete. He checked the safety box and found it sorting his haul into neat slots holding 1 flame stone, 10 kilograms of gold, 10 of mithril, and 3 vibrant lollipops. The box clearly operated on a system of quality over quantity, keeping everything perfectly organized. He looked at the materials and felt incredibly relieved. These were exactly what he needed to upgrade his train to level 4. Without his sublimation talent, finding a flame stone this early would have been nearly impossible. Shah obviously had no idea of his true abilities, making her gift a brilliant strategic boost, but the candy was what truly caught his attention. On closer inspection, the system identified them as Shah's healing lollipops, a level 8 masterpiece. Crafted by the Dark Nun herself, eating one would form a protective membrane against outside damage, while rapidly healing wounds and restoring stamina. The attached note was direct. As long as he was not dead, these would keep him breathing. Suddenly, a message chime echoed as Shah messaged him. She asked if he liked her little surprise, reminding him that upgrading to level 4 is a massive threshold. She explained that for most newcomers, flame stones are incredibly rare until at least the 10th station, basically saving him weeks of brutal struggle. She warned him not to snack on those lollipops casually, urging him to stay alive long enough to complete the blasphemy card. Reading her words, he felt a complicated surge of gratitude. Though he didn't strictly need the head start, he appreciated the gesture, muttering a quiet thank you to the empty carriage. He knew if he ever found another fragment of that card, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. And honestly, who wouldn't wonder what kind of insane power that would unleash? Made whole. Meanwhile, far away in the infinite wilderness, the night angel thundered forward. Shea stood at her prayer platform, munching on a fruit. While gazing at a horizon that never seemed to change, she received a message from a mysterious contact who expressed surprise at her return after 15 years. Shea simply replied that fate had chosen a new path, and her focus was now on retribution. When asked about the Run Company, Shea expressed disdain at their reach, only to be told that the Heavenly Organization's inspectors had already vanished. Back in Mystic Belltown, the clock was ticking. He had 20 minutes. 20 minutes to dismantle the houses Shea left behind. The grueling manual labor was grueling, but he managed to salvage some wood, metal, and mechanical parts, even if only a tenth of it was actually recoverable. Thankfully, Shea had designed his safety box to store entire carriages, which was a massive relief, but time was against him. By the time the countdown hit the final 10 minutes, he had to abandon the rest. He checked his resources: 600 kilograms of wood, 700 of metal, and 500 parts. The precious gold and meethil. It was enough for a conventional upgrade, but he had a different gamble in mind. As Wally wobbled back toward him with a mysterious metal cube, curiosity finally won out. The system appraised it as a level 4 treasure chest. He ran his fingers over the cold surface, wondering if Shea had left it for him, or if it was simply some hidden town loot. He considered waiting until he could sublimate it to level 5, but he felt a strange nagging resistance. His stamina was high, mental energy perfect, and yet something felt fundamentally blocked. He realized that past level 4, everything from chests to structures resisted his talent. He refused to accept a plateau. If his own talent was the limit, he would just upgrade the talent. He popped one of the healing lollipops into his mouth, feeling his stamina surge back to full in an instant, and placed his hand on the chest. Instead of focusing on the box, he turned his power inward, sublimating his own sublimation talent. Suddenly, the world turned red. Blinding warning screens appeared as a massive energy surge shrouded the train. Conductors across the entire sector felt a momentary tremor of primal fear. Amidst the chaos of the red light, his consciousness faded into black. He drifted in a void, vaguely aware of distorted system messages. There was an error in the crossroads of fate. Something tried to correct the selection and failed. A countdown started. 5 seconds, 4, 3. By the time the timeout hit, the system randomly selected a destination: Hope Valley, a level 4 slaughter station. The train accelerated through the void. More errors appeared as a mysterious force tried to interfere with his departure, attempting to set the countdown to infinity to trap him forever. However, the train system fought back. wiping out the interference and resetting the clock, the new countdown. Read 10 hours, the station itself was marked as extremely dangerous, in the quiet. Of the train, his consciousness finally began to return. The train had already been stopped for 10 minutes when the sunlight streaming through the window hit his face, waking him from his deep slumber. That blinding glare forced him to look around in a daze. Looking outside, he saw endless, dense forest filling his vision. This was clearly no longer the empty wilderness, but an actual platform station. As his mind fully cleared, the memories of what happened before he passed out came rushing back. Glancing down, he spotted an ironclad chest resting quietly at his feet. It was a level 5 chest. His dangerous experiment worked. He had actually survived that terrifying round of self-sublimation. He quickly opened up his personal interface to check his talents, and there it was. The description for his sublimation skill now included 4 crucial words. Ignores resistance, success. That was all he needed to see. A highly confident smile spread across his face as he looked toward the Sentinel Tower device at the top of the train, that frustrating limit of being unable to sublimate items past level 4 was gone. He realized the shackles on his talent were finally shattered, but get this, he couldn't afford to celebrate yet. He cautiously began scanning the area, recalling strange noises while he woke up. This randomly selected platform was actually Slaughter Platform, the absolute last place he wanted to visit. He had no clue what the real difference between slaughter and hunting platforms even was, since he had never set foot on either, but that mystery was quickly pushed aside by the train system's logs. As he read them, his good mood vanished. Replaced by a heavy dread, there had been interference. Someone had definitely messed with his docking platform and duration. Although the train system had wiped out the hack, the countdown left behind was staggering. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming, but it was real. 10 hours. He was trapped on an extremely dangerous platform for 10 whole hours, even though the train normally stopped for just 5. Someone out there clearly wanted him dead. They wanted him trapped here forever. Talk about an insanely dirty move. Thankfully, the system cleared the hack. Even so, he was still stuck in a terrible bind. His soul-saving grace was a special VIP, early departure privilege module. But even with that perk, he was facing 7 long hours in this hell. He took a deep breath to steady his mind. Since he was trapped, his best move was opening that level 5 chest, hoping the loot could help him conquer this level 4 platform. The lid popped open, rewarding him with 10 train coins, 2 rare modules, and 2 level 5 items. The modules were system bind, and in station launch, he used them right away, though they weren't physical cards, meaning they couldn't be sublimated. The system bind module was especially useful since it permanently linked the control base station's functions directly to him. No longer would he be annoyed by having to run back to the locomotive just to identify items or check his stats. The in-station launch module was just as vital, allowing him to move the train to specific target locations inside any station for just 1 train coin per hour. Next, he turns his focus toward the Golden Strike card, a level 5 item capable of multiplying his next strike's power by 5, but he decides to push things even further, activating his talent despite the sudden drain. His stamina and spirit drop, though this sublimation costs way less than. The card transforms into a level 6 golden critical item, capable of boosting his attack power by 50 times, facing enemies with this level. This absolute power upgrade is highly tempting, so he slips it into his pocket, feeling relieved he won't be helpless against any high-level monsters. Next, he picks up the ever-accurate pocket watch. Even though a simple watch feels basic for a level 5 reward, this piece is stunning. Crafted from pure white material with golden details and gemstone hands, it tracks flawless time across any spacetime, a pretty handy utility tool to keep. But suddenly, a massive bang shatters the quiet. He whips his head toward under the nearby trees. Fresh crimson blood pools heavily in a small clearing. The lifeless body of a canine monster with a dagger in its jaws. Only the Sentinel Tower's detection skill caught the beast, but this is not even close to the end. Honestly, this wave is pure nightmare fuel. Red locking rings paint the dirt. Monsters burst from the tree line, sprinting straight for the train in a mad wave. Rapid gunfire erupts into a roar as the defense tower unleashes full power, absolute precision tearing down everything inside the 100-meter forbidden zone. He lets out a small A heavy sigh slips out seeing the perimeter hold, but his chest still tightens. Without this exact sentinel tower and its stealth detection, he would have been ripped to shreds by sneak attacks already. It makes him wonder about the dark reality of this platform. Out here, the line between hunter and prey is paper thin. Hunting means taking a life, while slaughter means waiting in absolute despair for your turn to die. This massive ambush was clearly set up by some hidden force just to kill him. Sitting inside his quiet, dark cabin, he stares at all the monitors with cold resolve. Whoever planned this ambush is going to be extremely disappointed. He has already decided that no matter how dangerous things get here, this is still just a level 4 platform, and he is far from helpless as the brutal opening wave finally begins to fade. As the desperate assault finally slows, he climbs right onto the train's roof. Reaching out, he touches the warning device, still scorching hot from firing. Knowing a level 5 defense should easily handle a level 4 threat, he triggers a major upgrade, watching his internal energy plunge from all 90 of his spirit points down to 40. The payoff is instant. His defense tower shifts into a high-tech sentinel guard with crazy power. Now it can equip 9 different weapons and spawn anywhere on the train. This extends its deadly defense grid to a full 150 meters. It automatically locks onto enemies, completely burning through their active illusions or stealth. It can even detach itself for a short time, just to hunt down fleeing threats. Even better, he can trigger an overlimit mode, using 1 train coin, doubling its fire rate if things get completely desperate. Ikian wasn't done upgrading yet. His level 4 upgrades weren't limited only to the roof. He headed to the 3rd carriage's idle surveillance device. Unused, the sentinel on the roof had been handling everything outside anyway. But he had to prepare for the worst. The sentinel's cameras didn't cover the interior. If a monster managed to bypass his outer defenses, this would be his last shield. He poured 40 stamina points and 10 spirit into it, successfully sublimating the machine into an illusion surveillant. Now it could monitor every single corner of the train, sounding alarms and releasing disorienting illusions to trap any intruder. 3 quick sublimations later, a heavy exhaustion settled over him. Still, he kept pushing, returning straight to the lead carriage to grab both the mithril cross and pure earthbound stone. While the sensors handled physical threats, these mystic items would be his shield against supernatural threats. The pure earthbound stone still possessed untapped potential for one last upgrade, but with his energy so drained, he had to wait patiently to recover. He donned his bulletproof body armor and gripped his black lost pistol, preparing as thoroughly as humanly possible. He was leaving this station alive, no matter what. Before settling down, he remembered to activate Wally. Since he was already trapped here, it was a waste not to collect whatever resources he could. Set up complete, and get this, he was absolutely starving. He grabbed some meat and vegetables, setting up a grill just outside the train, cooking lunch amidst the occasional sound of distant gunfire. Having been out cold for a full day, he deserved this proper meal. While his lunch sizzled, he opened the system logs and was surprised. Several updates had popped up after completing the 5th station. The bans on private trading and listing items on the market from inside the station had finally been lifted, allowing him to list up to 5 items at once. This was excellent news, though he felt a brief pang of regret for missing the trading window while out cold. His private chat began to flicker with unread messages from his contacts. Shang Guanyingu checked in first, asking if he felt the tremors. Her abrupt apology afterward left him totally confused about what happened during his blackout. Xiaolin also messaged, thanking him for the upgrade help and sharing a photo of the snack shop at her 6th station. He felt a flicker of envy looking at those snacks and alcohol, but remained highly skeptical of her luck conservation talent. After all, good luck was always shadowed by inevitable misfortune. For all he knew, she could easily end up in a place like this next. Finally, he spotted a message from Lai Zio, still peddling his empty alliance and claiming he would be first to get a level 3 train. He offered future favors in exchange for weapons, but the proposal was nothing more than hollow promises from a guy acting like some shady corporate boss. Remembering their fishing rod trade, Ikian knew this guy was a waste of time. Instant block, but then scrolling through his contacts, things got dark. He noticed several names had turned gray, signifying destroyed trains and lost lives, a grim reminder of Shaw's warnings. He cleared the remaining chats and posted a bulk purchase request for gunpowder in the public channel, noting that only 2453 survivors remained out of the original 10,000. Responses came slow, likely because many were still exploring without the modules to access the system away from their trains. This suited him well, ensuring his message wouldn't get buried. An hour had passed since he docked, thanks to the Sentinel, the 150-meter radius around the train was now a safe haven. He sat there enjoying his grilled meat, a white forest fruit, and an iced beer traded from Xyolin. For a moment it felt almost like a forest vacation, and he chose to ignore the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. After eating and drinking his fill, his mind began to clear. He realized that while this slaughter platform seemed to demand only passive defense, that didn't mean he was forced to sit idly by the monster corpses left by his sentinel guards were valuable resources. If he could collect and recycle them at the processing station, they would undoubtedly yield some major rewards. Without hesitation, he took action, purchasing a large bamboo basket on the trading platform, threading some ropes to sling it over his back, and tied a sharp dagger to a wooden stick to make a simple hooked sickle. During the brief lulls after the sentinel finished its grim work, he hurried into the clearing to drag the carcasses back to the train, one by one. The remains of level 2 blackhorn hunting dogs, level 3 swift fear snakes, and level 3 assassin lizards were fed into the processing station. The harvest was substantial. He got 10 portions of hunting dog meat, 5 of snake meat, and 10 of lizard meat. Beyond food, he recovered specialized materials like an assassin lizard skin, which promised to slightly reduce his presence when carried, and a corrosive hunting dog dagger. He quickened his pace, moving freely within the 150-meter safety zone, confident that as long as he stayed within the Sentinel's lock-on range, these monsters couldn't touch him. Honestly, this brutal slaughter platform was turning into a total goldmine, as his level 5 Sentinel guards proved overwhelmingly dominant against any creature level 4 or lower, even when an occasional beast tide attempted to swarm the perimeter. A quick overlimit mode activation was enough to repel them effortlessly. Between the automated defenses and his own prowess as a marksman, aided by the judgment of gunfire module and armor-piercing rounds, the forest had essentially become his personal slaughterhouse. He knew his equipment was powerful enough to pierce even Shaw's puppets, so these flesh and blood monsters had no shot. But after 5 hours of constant engagement, danger loomed in the form of his ammunition count. He started with nearly 1,000 rounds, but despite their perfect accuracy, fewer than 400 remained. As the sky began to darken, the monsters grew more wary. The sight of fallen kin and the heavy scent of blood in the air acted as a warning, keeping them wandering just outside the death zone. As if waiting for something to change, he checked his gemstone-inlaid pocket watch. The time was 1812. With night approaching, he had no deep woods tonight. He simply lit a campfire, skewered snake meat. He watched it roast slowly over the open flames. He had hoarded 810 kilograms of meat, all safely packed away. The unique carriage storage meant nothing would ever rot. As his dinner roasted, he pulled up the glowing system chat screen. 2,404 survivors left. The 6th station had been brutal. Countless lives lost while he was busy. The chat was pure chaos. Panic, desperation. People finally realized the next night event was close. They were terrified. Many were still stuck with basic level 1 trains. They had no hope of reaching 40 kilometers per hour in time. Outrunning the darkness was impossible. He watched them beg for parts. They offered food, water, anything, just to survive another night. Many looked to Lai Zio Shang's alliance, but reports were grim. 1 train coin for a measly 15 kilograms of metal, absolute extortion. His lackeys defended the monopoly. They claimed he was their savior. Even as they hiked prices further, charging 10 kilograms per coin. Looking at the survivors, he realized something. It was quite bleak. 1/10 of them were still trapped behind that level 1 limit. Bad choices or raw bad luck, they were running out of time. Desperate enough to spend anything, he had 16 coins himself. But future upgrades would be incredibly expensive. He needed more. An opportunity to profit. He was not going to pass it up. He sent a message, 30 kilograms of metal or wood up for grabs. Or 20 mechanical parts, all for just one single train coin. Far cheaper than Lai Zio Sheng, he made terms non-negotiable. Instantly, the chat exploded. Some called him a greedy bloodsucker. But the majority saw the real value, incredible deals. Desperate messages flooded in. Monopoly supporters tried to trash him. Grateful buyers shut them down fast. They wanted a fair option. He ignored the petty squabbles. His listings hit the market. Sold out instantly. Just like that, 10 more train coins were his. The chat remained a noisy mess. Hundreds begged for more. Relentless messages overwhelmed his inbox. People wanted more listings. He put up another batch of materials, let them fight for it. But this time, returns were meager, only 3 train coins. Demand was still there. The problem, nobody had coins left. Treasure chests were becoming a legendary rarity in this world. Without Wally's specialized assistance, he would be completely broke too. He only would have found that first chest from the armory. No chests meant no coins, no upgrades, absolute certain death. A vicious cycle for most, but it had nothing to do with him. He could not save everyone. This was strictly business. He was just harvesting what few coins remained in the system. In his eyes, if they could not manage one upgrade after 6 stations, they simply were not cut out for this harsh world, period. Scanning the desperate trade requests in his environment, he spotted a clear, recurring pattern. Almost none of those survivalists offered anything of value to prove they were worth helping. That is, until a message from someone named Peng when Shuan caught his eye. He had only one blueprint left, begging for 30 kilograms of metal for his train. To him, any blueprint was always worth a look, no matter the tier. But it was strange that no one else had bought it yet. He asked what it was, and the guy quickly responded with frantic gratitude. The message showed the details for a simple, level 1 wooden bow. Seeing that, he instantly had to take back all of his earlier curiosity. In an age of guns, who actually knew how to handle a traditional bow? It required skill and strength, unlike the simple aim and shoot mechanics of a firearm. Plus, this did not even include arrows. Still, a blueprint was a blueprint. But while it was useless to the masses, it held massive potential in his hands. He agreed to the trade, and Pang Wen Shuan wept with joy at his acceptance. The desperate survivor called him a good person, promising future repayment. Honestly, being called a good person these days just felt like a total insult. He did not dwell on that promise, suspecting this would be their final encounter. If the guy was only reaching level 2 now, future dangers would easily swallow him. Once the transaction was finished, he immediately turned to his true goal. Sublimation, a trash-tier blueprint, could become something far more formidable in his hands. He poured a small amount of his spirit into the design to trigger the transformation. Watching the level 1 bow evolve into a level 2 black hardwood bow, he smiled. He immediately crafted it with 10 kilograms of wood and some fiber. Then he pushed it further with 10 more points of spirit. The weapon transformed beautifully into a level 3 floral enchanted wooden bow. A beautiful, peculiar weapon adorned with delicate floral patterns. It could consume spirit to craft its own energy arrows with a minor auto-aim feature. Drawing the string back, he watched a pale pink arrow materialize and fly forward. It pierced a distant monster with incredible power, comparable to his armor-piercing rounds. Even so, he still preferred his firearms, but this bow was something special. This enchanted weapon would definitely fetch a handsome price if he chose to sell it. Clearing out the unfamiliar private messages on his screen, he ignored the begging strangers. Charging a coin for 30 kilograms of scrap proved he was no saint. But he kept his friend's messages, especially one from Shangyu and Yinggu. She was looking for bullets and offered plenty of gunpowder in exchange. She was always a reliable, well-supplied partner, so the timing was perfect. He offered 10 level 3 bullets for every 500 grams of gunpowder. He offered to cover all the metal costs himself, and she agreed instantly. She asked for 100 rounds, leaving him genuinely surprised by her stockpile. She was providing enough raw material for him to craft 1,000 bullets. Talk about a perfect partnership. Trading with her was always an absolute delight. At the processing station, any concerns about his ammunition levels completely vanished. He loaded fresh, powerful rounds into his sentry guns, ensuring maximum security. Watching the juicy snake meat sizzle over the grill, he finally got to relax. Oil dripped and salt sparkled as he happily tapped out a quick message. He sent her a message, asking about the tremor she had mentioned earlier, explaining that he had been unconscious yesterday after getting badly hurt at a station. She seemed taken aback, apologizing for thinking he had been ignoring her. She described the tremor, which hit around 5:50 p.m. the previous day, as something terrifying like a primal fury. He noted the time. It was exactly when he had left. Mystic Belltown, he thanked her for the information and asked if she had found anything good at her last station. She sent over a screenshot of a level 2 Froststone, an item capable of freezing liquids in a container. She offered it to him for 60 bullets or 2 train coins, and he found himself considering the luxury of a cold drink in this heat. This was truly a prize of immense value. Without a dedicated water tank, high temperatures in this wasteland would cause any stored water to spoil and rot with alarming speed, but if he could maintain the temperature at the freezing point, that decay could be delayed indefinitely. Beyond mere survival, the luxury of this item during a heat wave was undeniable. After all, who could possibly resist an ice-cold beer while the world outside was scorching? He realized he had almost overlooked a key asset, so he returned to the train compartment and began rummaging through his stored blueprints until he found his target. He had obtained this from the upgrade options after his very first train enhancement, although he had only constructed it once. Its necessity in this world was absolute. He immediately thought of Shangyuan Yingyue, that woman who seemed to have an inexplicable, almost elemental connection with water. She would likely love this. He sent over the description of the basic water tank and asked if she would like to buy it. She was interested immediately, asking how many train coins it would cost. He told her too. She hesitated, protesting that she didn't have that many and asking if she could buy it on credit, especially since she thought 2 coins was expensive for a basic tank. He told her she could trade other items instead. But as for credit, he asked her what she honestly thought of that idea. Shangyuan Yingyue clearly knew credit was a fantasy in this world. After a moment of hesitation, she made her move, offering an ice condensation pearl instead. He was internally stunned. She agreed just like that, without even trying to bargain. He patted the iron frame of the basic water tank, knowing that, to put it bluntly, this thing was just a lump of iron with a few special functions. The blueprint had only cost him 1 train coin, yet he was effectively about to sell a single unit for a value of 3. Appearances truly could be deceiving. When she asked if he was uninterested, he told her the trade was acceptable and to wait a moment. If she was willing to pay that much, he certainly was not going to refuse. He took the blueprint and the necessary materials to the processing station and began crafting. A brand new water tank materialized just as her trade request arrived. He accepted and the exchange was complete. He picked up the ice condensation pearl, feeling its weight. This was not bad at all. He planned to buy some beer and drinks from Xiaolin later, though he could not help but wonder if she would even survive until the next stop. But first, there was the matter of sublimation. His spirit dropped from 104 to 84 as the pearl transformed, granting level 3 power to condense water and manipulate its shape. The description immediately caught his attention, making him wonder if he could finally wield some real substantial power. Clearing his throat, he struck what he thought was an impressive pose and pointed the ice vein pearl right at the water tank, commanding an ice sword to form. Inside, the fresh water hummed softly, condensing into a long blade of solid ice. He reached out to grab the hilt, but the second his fingers brushed it, the blade shattered into 1,000 useless pieces. Talk about a complete joke. He had hoped to cast actual magic, but this was a massive letdown. Still, he did not feel like it was a total waste. After all, he had gotten the pearl almost for free, so no real damage was done. Checking his chat interface again, his gaze landed on the floral enchanted wooden bow resting right beside him. He hesitated for just a moment before sending a screenshot of the weapon to Shangyuan Yingshuer, offering it for 4 train coins or something of equal value. She seemed to freeze at the offer, quickly replying that she was flat broke and the price was way too high. He countered confidently, telling her it was not expensive at all for a level 3 weapon that completely outclassed any monster they had run into so far. He reminded her she could always trade items of equal value if she lacked coins. She sounded quite resentful, asking why he had not mentioned the bow earlier. If he had offered it first, she would not have wasted her precious resources on bullets. He shamelessly kept up the act, saying he had only just remembered it, reminding her that she was the one who asked For bullets to begin with, he told her if she could not trade, he would simply find another buyer, keeping a close eye on her limits. Compared to Xiaolin, Shangyu and Ying Shuer seemed far luckier. She was, after all, the first conductor. Besides him to upgrade her train, meaning she probably had more hidden away, he asked her if she had found any other goodies in that treasure chest from the last station. Besides the pearl, casually adding that he was not hinting she had to trade. His words must have stung because he could practically feel her urge to delete him. From her contact list right through the screen, she likely wondered if he really thought she was truly that desperate, since a level 3 weapon was not something she absolutely needed to survive. Then she sent a screenshot. Level 2. Consumes 2 spirit points to predict the next day's weather at noon. She made it very clear that if he would not sell for that, she was done. She had truly offered her absolute limit. It was not out of desperation, but a level 3 weapon was an incredible temptation for someone still navigating with a level 2 train. She had decided that if he refused now, she would not offer another single scrap. He replied immediately, telling her that since they had traded so much already, he would do her a favor and accept. Despite his composed reply, he was beaming with joy. He had struck absolute gold again, taking a blueprint obtained for a mere 30 kilograms of scrap and flipping it for what amounted to 3 train coins. He was starting to feel like a total business genius. The trade went through perfectly. Fresh water filled his tank and a white sunny doll appeared in his hand. It was actually pretty cute. He did not wait long before initiating another sublimation. His spirit fell from 84 to 69. Level 3 consumes 1 spirit point to predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. The upgrade was perfect. He could finally check the weather. He could use it whenever he wanted, cutting the cost in half. Its appearance remained exactly the same, so he hung it up in his climate-controlled resting compartment. This string of trades had brought him massive gains, not a complete transformation, but a massive accumulation of wealth. He now had 30 train coins in his possession. He briefly considered sublimating the train again, but decided it was better to wait until he had left the station. It simply was not safe. Making up his mind, he stepped out of the compartment only to be hit by a sudden pungent odor. He sniffed the air and his expression shifted to pure horror. The meat was ruined. The snake meat he had been roasting was completely charred and inedible. He sighed, realizing he would have to start over. As he prepared to relight the grill, he realized Wally still had not returned. He could not help but wonder if the little guy had actually died out there. Meanwhile, raging waves of fury radiated from Lai Xiao Shan as the chat room remained in an uproar. He was clearly beyond incensed, likely wearing an expression of pure disgust after realizing our protagonist had actually deleted him from his friends list. To make matters worse, the young man was selling materials at prices that undercut his own, which he undoubtedly saw as a deliberate attempt to oppose his authority. He likely felt like he had swallowed a fly, seeing that glaring notification, muttering threats about making him regret his choices while sitting surrounded by his hoard of basic wood and metal. Still, the arrogant fool laughed, convinced he was the chosen one because he could upgrade every 3 stations, and immediately initiated his transition to level 3. However, his arrogance hit a wall the moment he saw the new requirements. Talk about instant karma. His frown as he stared at names he did not recognize, like Flamestones, Gold, and Meethil. His talent, as powerful as it seemed, evidently had its limits. It allowed him to pinpoint basic resources like metal and wood, but it could not touch the exotic materials required for higher tiers. He was finding out the hard way that his path would not be as smooth as he had imagined. While he was fuming, the traveler was finally getting the chance to eat. During the 6-hour stopover, he spent his time blowing ashes off a piece of snake meat, the rich aroma making his mouth water despite only having basic salt for seasoning. The monsters outside had been strangely passive during this entire period. Even when he proactively took shots at them with his rifle, they would only scatter and retreat back to their 150-meter perimeter. It felt like a patient siege, simply waiting for him to make a mistake. As he chewed on the meat and rubbed his chin, suddenly a rustling sound came from the nearby brush. He did not reach for his gun because the sentinel guard remained silent. Recognizing the source, Wally approached from the distance, wobbling on his tracks, and the young man greeted him, jokingly saying he had almost thought the little guy got himself killed out there. The little robot could not speak, but he presented him with a tree stump that the system appraised as a level 4 treasure chest. His mood shifted. Instantly, talk about an absolute win. He praised the robot's performance. He did not open the chest right away, instead discarding his meal and boarding the train while jokingly advising the little robot not to lead any monsters back next time. Right on cue, a bone-chilling howl echoes from the woods. A white wolf, the size of a grown man, leaps across the sentry's defense perimeter. Instantly, a heavy storm of bullets begins hammering into its massive body. The automatic guns easily recognize that this is no ordinary beast. This level 4 lightning wolf whines as bright blue sparks crackle. Across its thick fur, its speed explodes with active lightning armor, closing the gap to within 50 meters of the train in a flash. He does not hesitate to trigger overdrive, dissolving a rare train coin into bright golden light, doubling the sentry's firing rate. His 5 rifles transform into a makeshift minigun, shredding the wolf in a relentless hail of lead. Dead in 3 seconds, but the automatic guns do not stop. More monsters lurking in the shadows outside begin charging the tracks now. They had simply been waiting for their alpha to breach the perimeter first. 30 seconds of pure overdrive turns hundreds of charging creatures into mush. He looks out at the overwhelming carnage, feeling a small pang of regret about the ruined wolf fur, hoping the recycling system can salvage something. Dragging the heavy, bloodied carcass back inside, he initiates the onboard processing. He gains a lightning wolf fur, 10 bones, and a sharp fang. That's a great haul, even if the meat was completely ruined. It is clear that the white wolf was a formidable gatekeeper here. It survived 100 meters of constant heavy fire before he had to trigger overdrive. Any normal level 3 conductor would have been completely torn to shreds by this beast. Honestly, this guy is just on a completely different level from everyone else. He stares out the window, silently apologizing to the saboteurs who wanted him dead. Too bad he disappointed them. Soon, the countdown hits the 3-hour mark. His early departure option finally lights up bright on the screen, giving him instant relief. However, he does not intend to leave just yet. The alpha is dead, and the other beasts are too terrified to approach. This is a perfect chance to harvest valuable wood from the lush valley. Timber is highly precious, and he has no plans to waste his remaining time. He shoulders his axe and grabs the magic safety case Shaw provided. Since it counts trees as single items, he can fit massive logs inside. He spends 2 hours logging, hauling back 500 kilograms of wood. With only 30 minutes left, the VIP early departure button flashes on screen. He takes one final look at the silent, dark woods before pressing it. Instantly, space itself begins to warp and ripple ahead of the train. The tracks extend forward as the locomotive accelerates rapidly into the dark void. Soon, bright moonlight streams back through the windows, marking their safe arrival. At 10:30 p.m., a system announcement confirms the platform is cleared. A booming broadcast echoes through the train cars, drawing everyone's immediate attention. Over 2,000 surviving conductors instantly freeze in surprise at the loud voice. The system's tone is chillingly cold, delivering a final, brutal warning. Anyone who failed to upgrade their train to level 2 is doomed. They will not survive the night. Those who do, however, will move on to the trading platform at Station 7 to make purchases. A single item matching his train's current tier, assuming he could afford it. But coins were tight. Worse, the broadcast warned that Sector E3 was dropping fast, meaning a sector merger was coming very soon. It would trigger right after the next station. Then came a reminder night. Survival would start at midnight, lasting exactly 2 hours and 30 minutes. And any damage sustained would instantly slow the train down, meaning he would have to make immediate repairs. This announcement weighed heavily on the conductors, filling the chat with desperate pleas. Yet at this critical moment, absolutely nobody was offering help. While other conductors panicked about upgrading their trains in time, he didn't care one bit. None of those worries meant anything to him. Back in the endless wasteland, a glowing blue screen suddenly materialized, congratulating him on surviving that brutal 4th platform. The system even offered a direct apology for the sabotage he faced. And as payback, he received a brand new processing module. He swiped his hand to quickly accept the reward, though he couldn't help but grumble to himself that it was a bit late. Having this module earlier would have saved him so much exhausting work, carrying heavy logs and monster corpses back and forth. Still, he didn't dwell on it. His focus quickly shifted. He looked at the level 4 chest Wall Ally had retrieved. To him, night survival was just a complete afterthought. He had bigger things to handle. He quickly initiated a sublimation. His stamina dropped to 50, his spirit to 95, and the chest transformed. A level 5 chest, 50 points felt like an absolute steal. He eagerly popped the lid open. The loot was massive. 10 train coins, a level 4 lightning assault conductor module, a level 5 weapon conversion card, and a lightning wolf leather boot blueprint. The lightning assault module caught his eye because it was pretty wild. It let him sacrifice stamina to coat his body in pure lightning. A perfect burst of super speed to dodge any attack. The boot blueprint also had massive potential to upgrade him. That white wolf's insane ferocity was still fresh in his mind. But what really captured his undivided attention was that weapon conversion card. It had the insane power to transform any weapon into a level 5 version. Using the original as a template, he pulled out his black lost pistol. This gun had carried him through so many high-tier zones. He decided to push limits and sublimate the card itself. Draining 70 points of his energy, the grueling process left him completely exhausted. But it worked. He now held the enchanted Heaven's Reaper weapon card. Without a second thought, he pressed the card against his pistol. A blinding explosion of black and white light filled the carriage. It looked like angels and demons were appearing inside his carriage at once. The pistol hovered midair, vibrating violently until the light finally faded, revealing a sleek black firearm engraved with celestial and demonic wings. It was a level 6 masterpiece with the Heaven's Reaper enchantment, capable of absorbing life force from kills to heal him and restore his energy. It could fire black armor-piercing rounds for spirit or white explosive rounds for stamina, and even combine the two for a devastating dual-colored shot, he decided. To name it Black Ebony, honoring a fond memory from a game he once played. To test its power, he opened the window and scanned the frozen landscape until he spotted a mummy monster in the distance. He expended a point of stamina and fired. A white bullet direct hit. The creature didn't just fall, it detonated. In an explosion that far surpassed the destructive power of a grenade, he chose not to sublime the rest of the items for now, wary of what materials the enhanced boost might require. Instead, he used the leftover wolf pelt to craft some incredibly comfortable bedding. With his missions accomplished, he lay back on his bed and hummed a cheerful tune. Midnight had already passed, and he could hear the monsters chasing the train outside, but while the rest of the world was desperately fighting to see tomorrow, for him it was just another ordinary evening. His path was clear. Level 4 was finally within reach. The distant screams of those who had failed to reach the second level echoed across the wilderness as the night claimed them, and he could only listen to their desperate, futile pleas for help. Without upgrades, they were nothing more than prey for the monsters, and even some who had managed to enhance their trains met tragic ends when damage slowed them down enough to be overtaken. Talk about a brutal reality check for everyone. But as the morning sun began to stream into his carriage, those horrors felt a world away. He went through his morning routine with a sense of calm, washing his face and preparing a warm breakfast while the soft light filled the train. The sunny doll had been right about the weather, and as he opened the window to let the cool, mild breeze flow in, he had to admit it was the most comfortable day he had experienced. Since arriving here, he checked the sentry tower logs and saw that he had spent 70 bullets during the night survival period. It was fewer than he expected, but some side-on attacks had still managed to scuff the train's flank. He made a mental note to prioritize avoiding damage in the future. Repairs would drain his precious materials, but at least his stats were fully restored, sitting at 100 stamina and 120 mental energy. He finished the last bite of his white forest fruit and rubbed his hands together with a surge of anticipation, ready to see what the fourth level of train upgrades had in store for him. He walked to the locomotive and placed his hand on the original control interface, maintaining the ritual, even though his new system modules made the physical contact unnecessary. The command for sublimation drained 30 points of stamina and 70 points of mental energy, but the result was worth the cost. He was now the conductor of a level 4 train, milestone that earned him the title of Upgrade Master and a conductor enhancement card for breaking yet another record. His talent had significantly mitigated the drain of the process. without that self-enhanced efficiency. An upgrade of this magnitude might have left him completely hollow. He was somewhat surprised to be the first in the sector to reach this level. Since Shah had given him a flame stone, he assumed other veterans helped newbies too. But he was wrong. Shah's intervention was a total anomaly in a world where veterans rarely interfered. With the new upgrade, his train speed jumped by another 20 kilometers. But the real excitement lay in the fresh shop options. He stared blankly at the screen, his face filled with silent questions as he scanned the crazy price tags. A luxury dream bed was 5 coins, space enhancement was 8, and an anywhere door module was 6 plus a smart chip for 10. Buying everything would cost 29 coins. That would almost wipe out his entire savings. He wondered if the system was custom tailoring these prices specifically to match his current wealth. It was painfully expensive, and he winced at the thought of spending that much. But these rare chances might never return. He evaluated each option carefully. The luxury dream bed promised perfect rest and a shield against nightmares. A true dream compared to the back-straining metal slab he had been sleeping on. He bought it immediately. The space enhancement was another obvious must-have choice. It reminded him of the incredibly spacious interior inside Shah's church carriage. So he added it along with the anywhere door module, which would allow him to easily move between any carriage. But at the smart chip, he hesitated. Granting Wally basic artificial intelligence was a highly tempting idea. But he forced himself to be pragmatic. Honestly, with only 20 coins left, and with a trading station approaching, he could not afford to go broke. He decided to make Wally wait, confident he could recover his coins soon. Over the next few stations, once those transactions were completely finalized, the train felt noticeably roomier. That extra meter in every single dimension made a massive difference. He moved his brand new dream bed into the temperature-controlled carriage that served as his bedroom. Without that space upgrade, it would have been a tight fit. He collapsed onto the mattress, letting the soft, resilient material dissolve tension. Checking his interface one last time, he watched his recovery rates tick upward, proving that prioritizing personal rest over Wally's brain was absolutely the right call. After resting, he sat up from the bed, feeling the newfound comfort of the luxury dream bed already working its magic. But his recent upgrade rewards were not limited to physical comfort. A new notification caught his eye, awarding him the Upgrade Master title for being the first conductor in the sector to reach level 4. The system description noted it as recognition for his outstanding performance. And practically, it made earning the trust of any natives much easier. Since trust is incredibly rare, he equipped the new title immediately, though he would have to wait until the next station to see if it helped with introductions. Finally, he turned his attention to the reward for breaking the record, which was a conductor enhancement card. It promised to boost his mental and physical stamina by 10 points. This was perfect for someone who constantly burned energy for sublimations. Unlike digital-only modules, however, this specific card possessed a real physical form, which meant he could push it even further by funneling 35 points. Having a physical form meant he could push it further, so he funneled 35 points of. He poured mental energy in, watching it transform into an advanced conductor enhancement card. The potential boost had doubled to 20 points. He held the card between his fingers, pressing it close to his heart, choosing to enhance his physical stamina first. The card dissolved into tiny red particles of light that merged into his skin, sending a wave of incredible comfort through his body that lasted for several minutes. When the process finished, his physical stamina limit jumped from 100 to 120. Clenching his fist, he picked up a stray piece of wood and snapped it with a light squeeze. This strength was staggering. If he were back in his old world, he would be considered a superhuman. It seemed that stamina in the system acted as a catch-all for physical power and speed, just as mental stamina likely governed more than just focus. He decided not to overthink the mechanics for now, as he needed to recover his condition. Before the next stop, the clock struck 1 p.m., the scheduled time for station entry, yet the familiar spatial distortion was nowhere to be found. He leaned against the window and flicked his fingers, opening the public chat to see that the survivor count had dwindled to 1735. Over 200 people had vanished in a single night, leaving the chat in chaos and anxious about the missing station. But soon enough, the cold, mechanical Female voice of the broadcast broke the silence, announcing that Station 7 would be a public trading station where all conductors would stop, but there was a catch. They had to travel 300 kilometers, and there were only 20 parking tracks available. It was a first-come, first-served race, and to make matters worse, they were warned to expect monster attacks designed to slow their progress. The chat room exploded instantly. Many complained that level 2 trains capped at 40 kilometers stood no chance against Li Xiaosheng, who bragged about reaching level 3 and a 60-kilometer top speed. He watched Li Xiaosheng bask in the praise of his alliance members, promising to report back once he arrived. First, a smirk curved his lips as he did the math. A level 2 train would take 7.5 hours, while Li Xiaosheng's level 3 took 5. His level 4 train could make it in 3 hours and 45 minutes at 80 kilometers, but he had no intention of being that slow. He still had his red triple-speed train acceleration device and a stockpile of bullets he had never had a reason to use. He retrieved a silver-white acceleration bullet, thick as a baby's arm, and used the anywhere door to step directly into the locomotive. He loaded the shell, feeling the device rise and initiated the boost. A powerful surge of momentum pushed him back into his seat as the wilderness began to blur. When the monsters mentioned in the broadcast appeared to block his path, they didn't even have time to react. At 240 kilometers, the train simply smashed them into unidentifiable meat patties. In 10 minutes, he had already covered 40 kilometers. He loaded a second bullet and kept the pressure on. Thanks to that sustained burst of speed, it took him only 3 hours to see the massive silhouette of the station rising from the wasteland. Just as he approached, the crossroads of fate flickered to life, offering him a choice between the novice trading zone for levels 1 to 3 or the regular zone for levels 4 to 6. He did not hesitate to choose the latter. The train began to slow as he passed through a semi-transparent dome looms ahead. The tracks shift, diverting him toward a far larger, more imposing station. A welcoming screen flashes his name, an identification confirming his arrival at the transit station. He looks at the system screen and blinks in surprise. The parking countdown is listed as infinite and the danger level is non-existent. Infinite parking time in a safe haven seems too good to be true. Once the train halts at the trading platform, Yakayan stands staring at the glowing screen. That word infinite printed on the screen just does not make sense. Infinite docking. Does this world actually offer a free choice to stop? Not a chance in this place. He does not buy it for a second, still puzzling over it. A light tapping sound gets his attention. He looks up to see a strange figure of mystery gender right outside the door, wearing a white smiling mask and a black military cap waving at him. His automated sentry has not triggered, meaning this is a person, not some monster. The masked man tilts his head. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he looks like a small mountain. He claps his white-gloved hands together and bows. A soft voice welcomes the traveler, addressing him as a respected train captain. The guide for platform number 2 is sincerely at his service. Yakayan asks what a guide even does. The man straightens up and points toward the building behind him. He explains he is here to lead him inside the shopping hall so the station can earn some train coins. Plus, he can answer any burning questions. Yakayan commends his brutal honesty, and the guide thanks him for the compliment. He steps off the train, shutting the door and leaving the sentry behind to guard his precious carriage. He asks the price for answers, and the guide replies there is no cost at all. Answering doubts is just part of his job, though spending a few train coins is always appreciated. As they walk toward the market, Yakayan asks his most pressing question. Why does this station even exist out here in the wilderness? And what is up with the infinite docking time? Can he really just stay here forever and never move on? The masked man pauses, and even through that mask, a playful, chilling gaze locks onto him. Then it vanishes. He explains that these transit stations have always existed in this world. There is no reason why. As for the docking time, yes, he can choose to abandon the train and stay here forever. With a wave of pure malice, the guide asks if he wants to stay. Yakayan declines, so the guide sighs and calls it a pity. At the hall, the guide pulls a keycard from his coat, swiping it at the door. The entrance slides open, revealing a massive hall inside. He gestures him forward. As Yakayan steps inside, a holographic screen drops from midair, displaying his personal details. Serial E31102, Name Yakayan, level 4 train. 7 stations cleared, train coin assets 20, he is not bothered. This basic info is not exactly private. He asks what to do next, nothing. Glancing back at the guide, Yakayan finds him standing completely frozen, his eyes behind the mask stare straight at him. He asks if something is wrong. With him, the guide suddenly snaps out, sizing him up in utter disbelief. Hearing that this is only the captain's 7th station leaves the host utterly shocked. Having managed this platform for years, he has never seen anyone climb this far so quickly. This traveling station platform is never a 7th stop for any captain. So how on earth did the captain manage to reach level 4 already? The captain calmly tells him that he has no reason to satisfy his curiosity. His expression remains completely still, but crackling sparks begin to flicker around his boots. It is a subtle reminder that this customer can bite back. The man quickly backpedals. Apologizing for his rudeness, the guide mutters that it is not important anyway. Then, raising a slender hand, he suddenly rips off one of his own arms right in front of him. Calling it self-punishment, he offers to tear off the other arm if the captain is unsatisfied. The captain declines, saying he isn't that bored. The host thanks him and scoops up the arm. Pressing the severed limb back against the raw shoulder, bloody sprouts of flesh begin bonding them. Even the spilled blood on the floor flows backward, re-entering his body. Is this guy even human? Inside the massive shopping hall, 3 different pathways stretch ahead. The guide leads him toward the path on the far right, marked with the numeral 6. He explains that this section holds level 6 items, and the captain is allowed to buy one. With a swift wave of his arm, 2 transparent cases rise up from the floor. Seeing only 2 options, the captain asks why the selection is so incredibly small. The guide explains that he can always browse the lower levels if these do not satisfy him. Those adjacent rooms for level 4 and 5 items have a much larger stock. Even the lower-tier trading posts are open. The captain just shrugs it off. He decides to browse here first, walking right up to the display. He boots up the light screen. Behold, the Great Compassion heavy machine gun. This level 6 weapon uses mental energy for ammo, condensing 10 rounds per point. It deals massive bonus damage against demonic forces and dark psychic entities. It also applies an expiation effect to ghosts and anomalies, costing 18 train coins. Next is the level 6 Trickster Sword, consuming 10 points of max mental power. It inflicts a devastating triple reduction effect on mental power, identified as life. This doubles enemy sanity drain, self-doubt, and mental madness. The cost is 18 train coins, which is insanely expensive, but the smiling man nods. He claims it is worth every penny. Honestly, is anything in these systems ever cheap? But still, what on earth is the point of this trickster sword? Sacrificing his own permanent energy just to debuff an enemy feels like total self-sabotage. It is practically crippling yourself, so the captain makes his move, handing over 18 coins. The coins dissolve into brilliant golden sparks, merging directly into the heavy display case. With a soft hum, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun slowly rises. It is massive, incredibly sleek, and brutally heavy. He tries to pick up the weapon. Feeling the sheer bulk of it, he instantly understands why it earned that name. Without that recent 20-point boost to his stamina, he could never carry it. His strength was just enough. The masked smiling man watches silently, offering 0 assistance. Now he has to haul this absolute monster back entirely on his own. He prepared a storage solution for heavy purchases, pulling a secure safety box from his pack. He slides the massive gun inside. The smiling man watches the entire process in total silence. His eyes shift beneath his mask until he realizes the captain is preparing to leave. Only then does the host speak up, calling him a truly remarkable traveler. The guide praises the captain, asking if he might do him a massive favor. Even though it is too much to handle, agreeing gets him another level 6 item for free. He stops in his tracks, asking what this favor is, as the guide shatters the glass. The guide breaks the next display case and lifts out the powerful trickster sword. It is very simple, the guide says, "Let me die," handing the weapon over. A sinister purple aura leaks from the blade as faint whispers echo in his ears. He tells the guide to just end his own life instead of asking a stranger. Besides, how could he kill someone who regenerates lost limbs in mere seconds? The guide shakes his head, explaining that no guide can end their own life. He tells the young captain to rest assured, whether he agrees to it or not. Since he cannot kill him yet, the captain asks why he is doing this. The guide is gambling that the captain will return with enough power to grant him peace. He slowly removes his mask, revealing a horribly twisted and wrinkled face underneath. The guide explains that he was once a train captain himself. But he was forced to stay here, bound to this station by a curse. This is the curse keeping him here, a truly terrifying existence. He puts the mask back on, noting that the sword cannot be returned anyway. The legendary blade belongs to him now, even if he forgets this request later. The guide drops the trickster's sword at his feet. Honestly, who could turn down a free legendary blade? Why not? The captain says he cannot make any promises, nor does he know when. But if the guide is willing to take that gamble, he will agree to it. The guide thanks him, bows in a deep salute, and returns to his post. He declares that the shopping is done, but mentions one last thing. The station offers specialty human foods that can be bought with train coins. He asks if the captain wants to try them, who initially begins to wave it off. But then the guide lists delicious steamed buns, dumplings, and hot pot. It costs just 1 coin, an exclusive benefit for the first captain. The guide asks if he is absolutely sure he does not need it. Just minutes later, he is sitting inside a restaurant staring at the food. He recalls the horribly salty and bland grilled meat he cooked recently. Saliva floods his mouth as he prepares to feast on this massive spread. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opens, a train arrives. A ruined train enters the station and stops, before Lai Zion runs out. He is completely disheveled, coughing and cursing the monsters that attacked him. They set his train on fire, and only his speed saved his life. He almost died, damn it, all his passenger carriages were utterly destroyed. Only the engine carriage remains. His cargo carriages were completely ambushed. They held so many of his resources, but were blown apart on the way. Without that high speed, he would have been blown to pieces. He punches the ground. After taking a moment to calm down, he looks across the empty platform. A smirk spreads across his face. He proudly declares himself the first to arrive. He plans to buy weapon blueprints and trade them for valuable flamestones. This way, he can easily maintain his lead over everyone else. Nobody wants to stop. After all, he is destined to be the main character. He stands up and strides toward the building, completely unaware of what awaits him. Right now, every single move Ye makes is being watched by someone. In this ordinary trading zone, there is only one train on the empty platform, and Ye sits leisurely on the roof, enjoying a peaceful sunbath. The smiling man stands silently beside him. Ye asks if he is sure they cannot see this side from over there. Of course, the guide says the levels of these trading zones have extremely strict rules. Low-level zones absolutely cannot see anything in higher level zones, so maybe someone is watching them from a higher trading zone. Right now, Ye muses. No, the guide replies. Transit stations only have 2 types: novice and ordinary trading zones. Oh, Ye cracks peanuts, watching Lai Zio Zan's antics in the novice trading zone with great interest, asking whether they have a guide too. That guy looks lost. The smiling man shakes his head, then nods. There used to be, but they died, and he envies the dead. He tells Ye he is currently moonlighting as a guide for both zones, meaning he should have appeared in the novice zone, but compared to guiding a group of novices, Ye is more important to him. Furthermore, he says the transaction in the novice zone is just a tutorial meant to let new train captains understand the world as much as possible within 10 stations, and the ordinary trading zone was not supposed to open, a situation that has only happened once in decades. His look at Ye is strange. He does not understand how a person upgrades the train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor how Ye could barge into the ordinary zone, and he was not mistaken. What he saw earlier was a level 9 safety box, which is even less likely to be something a novice should hold. It is precisely this unreasonableness that makes him hope Ye might kill him. Ye takes that as something to be a little proud of. He asks the man if he wants to eat. Holding his last peanut out, the guide doesn't speak, only silently turning his head. Way, ah right, Ye forgot he cannot eat, tossing the last peanut into his mouth. And clapping his hands clean, he summons the light screen, raises his eyes, and stares back. Ye notes that the infinite stop time displayed by the system really is problematic. The guide chooses silence. Message understood. Ye nods and stops, asking because he has already gotten his answer. There is a message notification waiting in the chat background from Jolin. If Ye remembers correctly, this woman's luck is conserved, and right now she should be in a state of bad luck. However, her avatar has not turned gray yet, meaning she is still alive, though. Given her good luck at the last station and her bad luck at this one, Ye is not sure she can really make it to the station alive. 40 minutes ago, she sent, asking Ye if he wants to meet up when they arrive, offering to bring him some snacks and alcohol. Then 9 minutes ago, she writes that mummies are blocking the front of her train, though they are slow like snails, it seems. Her bad luck isn't that serious after all, it's just that the alcohol she prepared for him shattered. She apologized, but soon after she admits she has really started to run into some terrible luck. The wheels got caught in a mummy's corpse, and her speed has decreased. She asks if Ye can sell her some repair materials, mentioning that for the items she listed on the trading platform at the last station, nobody bought them except him. Sure enough, the bad luck has begun. Ye messages back, telling her that getting a wheel stuck is just like her. Xiaolin clutches her gun. Peeking outside, she checks the path. Monsters block the way. Suddenly, she spots the text and grabs it. A lifeline. She desperately tells Ye she did not want this either. Ye knows her talent. She was supposed to sell her scavenged items for resources, but nobody is buying. She really cannot understand why. Her horrific luck did not just start at the station, though. Good luck simply vanished. Why did nobody buy her snacks? Simple. Almost nobody left alive can afford food just to satisfy an appetite. Deal with it, Ye bluntly texts back. She wails, I can't. She offers him all her snacks instead. She begs for repair materials. Behind her message is a crying chibai emoji kneeling down, which is honestly hilarious, you must admit. Ye has no intention of playing savior. He knows she opened a treasure chest earlier. He demands those rare train coins in exchange. Trade them. The chat falls completely silent. Ye is not rushing. Under a minute later, she reluctantly sends her list of needs. 42 machine parts. Normally, she would never trade 2 coins for that, but right now, she has absolutely no choice. Profiteer, she cries, even if she reaches the trading station. She will be completely broke. This is straight up bullying. She quickly repairs her train before the monsters can catch up. With a mournful face, she pats her empty wallet, complaining that she gave away her snacks. Ye clearly does not cherish girls. All her money is gone. Suddenly, Ye texts her once more. Want some free advice? She immediately suspects another money scam. Big profiteer, she vows she will not fall for it again. A second later, she begs for details. Ye replies simply. The docking time here is infinite. She is absolutely stunned. The moment Xiaolin reads this, she stands up straight in excitement. Smack, her head hits a cabinet, knocking items all over. Ignoring the pain, she types fast. Can she stay here forever? That would mean she never has to continue this hellish journey. Without his warning, she definitely would have chosen to stay. Her unique talent constantly cycles her between danger and happiness. When great luck strikes, she fears the bad luck coming next. A vicious cycle. Is this infinite station actually a trap? Otherwise, Ye would not have warned her. She realizes it now. Taking a deep breath, the excitement fades, replaced by cold dread. Helplessness and fear wash over her. That is so true. She says, how could this brutal world ever let them off? If she stayed, she would surely face things far worse. Besides, her current stop is bad luck, so nothing good awaits. She thanks him, understanding the danger. She is remarkably quick-witted. One hint was all she needed. Ye goes completely silent. He only warned her because this little hen occasionally lays gold. Waiting won't hurt him. If she dies from bad luck down the road, well, that would be a pity. Just then, a second train rolls into the station with a deep, heavy rumble. A woman with smooth, waist-length black hair steps off the passenger car. Looking around, she frowns slightly upon seeing only one other train in the station. She pulls out a light blue, Japanese-style flip phone to type. She types a quick message, wondering if she has even reached the station yet. She is already level 3, so she doubts this other train is hers. Meanwhile, our protagonist, playing a game with the smiling man, hears the notification. He assumes that unlucky girl is in trouble again, but checks his screen. It is actually Shangyuan Yinj, meaning that new train belongs to her. She arrived incredibly fast, but how is she even messaging him from outside? He never expected her to be the same trader he deals with daily. It makes sense, as she is clearly one of the top train captains. He quickly replies that he is not there, prompting an immediate question mark. She rubs her eyes, wondering if she is still dreaming in some corner. She asks how, since Lai Zio claimed he was the fastest on chat. He casually replies that it is because he is already level 4. Boring, she shuts down the chat, taking a long, deep breath. She cannot hide her shock. How on earth is he leveling up so fast? Honestly, how does he do it? No wonder she is completely stumped. Checking the system, she sees the docking time is marked infinite. A cheap trap, she has zero plans of hanging around here. Following the signs, she makes her way to the shopping hall. 3 paths lay before her, marked from Roman numerals 1 to 3. She chooses the third without hesitation, but spots Lai Zio walking out. A sleek marksman rifle materializes from her phone, aiming straight at his head. Lai Zio swallows hard, raising his trembling hands in absolute terror. He points desperately toward a nearby warning sign that bans all killing. Stammering his name, he reminds her that violence is strictly forbidden here. She coldly tells him to move, prompting him to beg her not to shoot. He slips past the barrel and runs, still shaking from the encounter. But then he remembers his status as the self-proclaimed first arrival. Since she got here second, she must be strong enough for his alliance. No warning, a sudden gunshot cracks right at his feet. Blowing the smoke from her barrel, she mocks his claim of being first. She glares at him like he is an absolute idiot, fueling his rage. His face flushes with pure humiliation, but he remains silent out of sheer fear. He quickly scuttles out of the shopping hall in total defeat. Once he is safe, Lai Zio finally yells back that she will regret this. Amused by the show, our protagonist turns around to head out. He leaps off the train, pulling a water pipe connected to the mall. He detaches the long water hose from his carriage window to return it. He tosses the pipe back to the smiling man, saying his tank is full. Water spills everywhere as the smiling man quietly pinches the hose. He remarks how unusual it is for a captain to fetch water themselves. It was technically against the rules, but finding that water pipe was still a massive win. He smiles because despite the warnings, the man still agreed to his terms. He boards the train and slides the heavy carriage door shut. Outside, the smiling man pulls off his mask once more, urging him to remember one crucial rule: never trust the infinite. Trusting it only leads to ruin. The conductor nods, promising to keep that in mind. The man hopes that during their next encounter, he can finally help him find peace. But if he fails, it is fine. Disappointment is nothing new to him anymore. Staring at the man's twisted and deformed face, the young conductor feels absolutely zero fear. He simply shakes his head and pulls a blessed white forest fruit from his storage. Passing it right through the window, he gently tells the deformed guide not to worry. He promises that next time they cross paths, he will definitely grant him his release. The man accepts the offering, and our protagonist hits the train's start button. With no departure schedule, the locomotive accelerates, piercing through the dark void ahead. When he looks back, the station they just left has completely vanished from sight. Even for a wilderness station, that place felt incredibly strange and unsettling. This world holds far too many secrets for him to unpack right now. Flopping onto his bed, he pulls up the system screen to count his loot. First on the list are 2 level 6 items, a gun and a sword. Specifically, the Great Compassion heavy machine gun and the Trickster sword. The heavy machine gun is going straight onto his defensive sentry weapon mount. Right now, those 9 slots hold 5 exquisite rifles and 1 mythal crossbow. This setup can already wipe out a level 4 slaughter station effortlessly. Adding the machine gun means he can actively hunt monsters in those dangerous zones. But as for that mysterious Trickster sword, his interest is completely dead. Any weapon that permanently drains his maximum mental capacity is a total deal-breaker. Still, since he got it for free, he is not about to complain. Free stuff is always welcome, and selling it later will fetch an absolute fortune. Plus, his train's water tank is now stocked with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Even after 7 stations, clean water remains the most valuable resource out here. You can survive a week without food, but barely 3 days without water. Still, he cannot rest yet. Leaving his bed, he pulls out the heavy machine gun. Staring at the massive, terrifying weapon in front of him, he rubs his hands. Will this thing become even more ridiculously overpowered once he sublimates it? Stamina drops from 120 to 90, and mental power to 100. Only 50 points consumed in total. For a level 6 item, that is incredibly cheap. Confused, he brings up the identification screen to inspect the new enchantments. It displays Enchantment Mental Power Magazine, Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, level 6. He can now consume mental power to load an extra 500 rounds. While the overall level did not increase, it gained this massive bonus ability. Unfortunately, this means the heavy machine gun's potential is now fully maxed out. It cannot be upgraded anymore, but hey, this is still an incredible upgrade. An extra 500 rounds on top of the original 300, outstanding. After mounting the weapon, he burns 50 mental power to fill the magazine. He then loads another 300 rounds of level 3 ammunition. As for that trickster sword, he ignores it completely, no point upgrading useless gear. With the sublimation complete, he tosses the trickster sword into the last storage slot. It is still early, and today is looking pretty quiet, so he decides to sublimate this pure earthbending stone too, back when he was at the level. For Slaughter Station, he thought about upgrading it to ensure his train would not be invaded by evil mental powers, but that sentry was so fierce it almost wiped out the entire place, so the plan was shelved. His stamina drops from 90 to 40, transforming the earthbending stone to level 5 purification. Placed anywhere, it keeps the train interior completely pure. It is immune to filth, mental interference, and any incoming evil forces. Holding it, its potential is fully maxed, and the smooth surface becomes somewhat transparent. Its cold and hard texture carries a strangely soft touch. The stone emits a faint glow, perfect as a nightlight. He buys a wall-mounted ornament on the trading market and places it right in the center. Directly facing his bed, it looks great, and he is finally done. Grabbing a white forest fruit, he lies back comfortably and opens light screen to check the public chat. Others should be arriving at the transit station soon. It seems Lai Xiaoshan kept the infinite stopping time a secret. But everyone will find out shortly. How many will fall into this trap? The chat shows over 1,500 active players. Someone complains they are finally close. They are completely exhausted. Another player asks how they traveled so fast. Did they upgrade their wheels? One replies they found a manual booster blueprint that uses sheer muscle power, which is why they are so tired. Players ask why Lai Xiaoshan hasn't shared any updates despite being first. Another explains that Brother Lei only shares info with his official alliance. Since outsiders are not in the group, they get nothing, calling them idiots. A user snaps back, asking why some people love being obedient dogs. It is pathetic, and if Lai Xiaoshan won't share, they will. A tired captain who used muscle power to speed up enters the transit station, becoming the fourth to arrive. Panting heavily, he steps out and spots 2 trains parked nearby. He is shocked to find someone else arrived, just as fast as Lai Xiaoshan. There are other heavy hitters out there. After a moment of envy, the system screen pops up before him too. Forward Station, what a weird name. Then he actually sees it. Stop time, infinite, absolutely wild. A screenshot drops in the public chat immediately. Cue the massive panic. Everyone goes wild, thinking their eyes must be playing tricks on them. Others agree, but some point out the real issue. The stopping time is infinite. If they stay here, do they never have to leave again? That is exactly what they want. With infinite stop time revealed, everyone gets ideas. But Shangyu and Yinggu just scoffs at their naive hope, leaving the shopping hall with her newly bought items, boards her train, and immediately departs. Unlike her, Lai Xiaoshan has absolutely no intention of leaving just yet. While he does not plan to stay forever, his newly formed alliance agreed to meet here, and he plans to harvest some massive resources. 20 tracks, everyone else must wait outside if they do not pay up. The 20 tracks, meaning everyone else must wait outside if they cannot pay the. If they do not pay, they can forget about entering. More people keep arriving. Thanks to his basic resource handouts, his guild members reach the area first. They arrive much faster than others and quickly occupy most of the 20 tracks. Late arrivals are trapped outside. They are completely exposed to constant monster attacks. Huddling close to survive the freezing cold, they furiously curse him in chat. Why is Lai Xiaoshan blocking the entrance? He needs to let everyone in now. Does his family on this station? Why is he demanding their hard-earned resources? Charging 1 train coin just to pass. Who does he think he is? Just wait until they get inside. They swear they will end him for this. But others mock them. If they arrived first, they would do the same. If you are weak, that is on you. Brother Lai is smart. Benefiting members argue back. Meanwhile, the monster waves outside continue to grow. Faced with endless monsters, some players finally give in and pay the toll. Lai Xiaoxing tastes real power for the first time. It is intoxicating. He was born to be the main character. He loves to show off. Smiling, he pulls up his screen and looks up that unforgettable target. Yian is the one person he vows to block. Meanwhile, Yian is busy. Watering his tree, he skillfully plucks a fruit and takes a big bite. He is actually getting a bit tired of eating gourmet fish and meat. If other survivors heard that, they would be furious. A screen hovers nearby, displaying his private chat when a message arrives from Lai Xiaoxing. Yian wonders why this guy is bothering him again, since he has nothing to do. He decides to see what he wants. Yian, this is your last chance. Hand over that rifle blueprint, and I might let you enter the station, otherwise you can rot outside and die. Enter the station. Yian left ages ago. He wonders if he somehow offended this guy. Another message pops up. What, are you too scared to talk? Haha. Truth is, even if you hand over the blueprint, you still die. Out there, did you really think that low-level blueprint made you special? I will repay you double for the humiliation. Yian sighs, no wonder. He always knew this guy was weird. He is just a psycho. Blocking him earlier was definitely the right choice. He has no time. For this psycho, he replies with a simple, "Oh," then blocks him. That completely cuts off contact. Back in the station, Lai Xiaoxing is waiting. He sees that simple, "Oh," and veins instantly bulge on his forehead. He furiously taps his screen, typing out a long string of messages. Only to find the send option is gray. He was actually blocked. He screams in anger, his face turning bright red with pure rage. He looks like a clown about to explode. Meanwhile, more people keep entering the station anyway. His blockade has a massive, glaring loophole. There are 20 tracks, and he must keep all of them occupied. When outsiders pay, one of his guarding members must leave their track to let them in, but this way his members keep leaving. And once outsiders get inside, they do not listen to him at all. They stay and leave whenever they want, ruining his plan entirely. If everyone who learned about the infinite docking decided to stay, managing the 20 tracks would have quickly become an impossible mess, and among those staying, quite a few are Li Xiaoshan's own alliance members with no intention of leaving. The alliance is barely making any profit. This leaves Li Xiaoshan, who spent fortune upgrading the wheels and speed for his members, looking unbelievably grim. Their alliance, absolute joke. It was never solid from the start. Everyone only joined to freeload materials when the time actually came. To take real action, they only offered useless lip service. Worse yet, while he leads them, others are secretly plotting to snatch resources right out of his hands. He loves showing off his supplies, so everyone knows his wealth. Honestly, boasting like that in this world is basically begging for trouble. He is an easy target. Now, his own members look at him differently. With no other choice, he has to quietly slip away from the station. His trash plant failed to recoup even a fraction of the capital he wasted on them. Li Xiaoshan's departure does not mean others can enter. Those 20 tracks locked down. They are heavily guarded, even players outside willing to spend resources to enter find themselves ignored. The people already inside have absolutely no intention of leaving. They figure that regardless of how long they can survive or if there is enough food, as long as they avoid the train and do not face a new station, they can buy themselves a few more days. Xiaolin, currently down on her luck, is one of the many locked outside, wearing a miserable expression. She tightly hugs the gun she bought from our protagonist. It is her only sliver of real security. She panics. Did she survive the station just to die out here? Why is she so incredibly unlucky? Outside, eerie monster growls echo through the pitch-black wilderness. She curls up in a corner, covering her ears and burying her head. If she ignores the sounds, she can pretend they simply do not exist. 24 hours pass. Suddenly, a strange bell chimes. The monsters gathered outside instantly scatter and flee, as if sensing some absolute terror. Xiaolin looks up, utterly confused, and stares out her window. The massive station standing before her is suddenly being wrapped in a mass of thick, black sludge. Under the moonlight, it looks sickeningly alive. Inside the structure, the creepy smiling man who took off his mask slowly gnaws on the white forest fruit our protagonist gifted him. He stands high in the air, coldly watching the 20 people huddled and staying below. Foolish, pathetic, weak people. They do not even possess the right to be cursed. Stay here forever. In this world, there is no option to just stop. Swirling pools of black sludge erupt beneath their feet. They try to flee in absolute terror, but inside that sludge, even their trains are rapidly being devoured. Screams for help echo, utter despair under the night sky. The smiling man just keeps chewing, muttering how delicious it is. Suddenly, a noisy burst of notifications wakes him up. The messages scream at him to hurry and look, because they almost got eaten. He opens his eyes to this, completely speechless. Does this person have any idea what time it is? He was sleeping, but now he cannot sleep at all. The other player sends a shocking photo, claiming that the station is actually alive. Seeing the station completely covered in black sludge, our protagonist instantly perks up. He notes they were hiding a camera, but that is not important compared to the picture. Xiaolin was scared to death. Luckily, she did not go in. Ye is shocked she never entered. Unbelievable, she never stepped inside. Ye grabs his pocket watch to check the time. Her luck is terrible anyway, so honestly, failing to enter was completely normal. Still, she thanks him. His warning about the docking time trap saved her. Otherwise, she would have traded her remaining resources, everything, just to get inside. He saved her from a major disaster. Ye wonders, where is she now? Xiaolin blinks and looks around. The station that once stood in the wilderness is gone. It has completely vanished, leaving only a clear road. The other trains are gone too. They have vanished as if suddenly cut off from each other's worlds. The mysterious station is gone, and the neighboring trains are nowhere to be found. Only a single track remains on the cold ground. Their train begins to move again. It restarts as if the stop never existed. Brother Ye, what is wrong with this world? Why did they bring us here? What do they want? Ye begins to wonder. Is it really like Sha said? Is every captain trapped in their own independent world? It makes him wonder just how many separate worlds are running parallel to his. The scale is unimaginably vast. Ye sighs and rolls over to find a comfortable position. Do not overthink, he writes back. She is better off getting some rest. Do not forget they will reach the next stop tomorrow afternoon at 1. She realizes he is right and quickly wishes him a good night. The chat ends. Out in the dark wilderness, only the roar of the train echoes. Who knows what dangers await them tomorrow? Fast forward to 6:30 the next morning. A cold broadcast voice wakes up everyone who is still fast asleep. The system announces they will reach the 8th stop today. Only 2 stops remain. This marks the end of the novice period. The 7th stop survival reward is ready. Rewards will vary based on arrival order at the public trading station. The first captain to reach the public trading station will claim 4 train coins. Second place receives 3 coins, while third place walks away with 2. Every other arriving captain gets a single coin. Failure to enter means no reward. Everyone else gets 1 coin. Those who fail to enter the station receive nothing. The weather today is clear. The current block population is 1204. A block merger will occur in 3 hours. Ye notes the broadcast sounds lively. It is almost as if the system itself is excited about the upcoming changes. Hearing about the train coins instantly wipes away Ye's morning drowsiness. Grinning, he opens the train system interface. The mail icon is glowing softly. 4 shiny train coins drop into his hand. He happily weighs them in his palm. This brings his total to 7 coins, leaving him 3 short of the upgrade chip. He walks over to the sleeping machine and gently pats its cold iron head. He tells Wally to keep it up, finding one more treasure chest at the next stop. We'll give them enough to install its brain, but not everyone is in a good mood. Over in another cabin, Lyzia looks furious. Why did he only get 3 coins? He was clearly the first to arrive. This system is completely unfair. He angrily files a complaint, but the system only responds with a cold, robotic denial. There are no errors in sorting. Train Captain Lyzia has questioned the system. 1 warning is issued. Another offense will send him straight to the penalty platform. Furious, he curses. If he was not first, then who on earth beat him to it? Could anyone really be faster than her? Shangwan Yingshai plunges into a deep thought. She looks at her 2 train coins. That guy told the truth. She muses, realizing that he was indeed the first to reach the station. Yet she wonders why he did not buy anything from the shops. She recalls the level 3 display cases. Lai Xiaozan claimed one of them. She purchased the other, so what on earth did Yian buy? She simply cannot believe. Even for a second that he had no coins, that profiteer is easily the richest. Of them all, it makes her incredibly curious about his unique talent. The young girl whispers softly to herself, calling up her personal holographic status interface screen. Under her character profile, she checks her unique talent called Mirror Moon. It consumes mental power to randomly create items below the train's current level. She rubs her temples in frustration, sighing over the useless shriveled water balloons she got. Her talent failed her once more, and out of all the items she acquired recently, besides the water purifier, only a mobile phone was actually of any real use. Worse yet, draining her mental power leaves her feeling incredibly exhausted. Letting her mental power drop below 50% brings on a truly terrifying wave of self-doubt. If it fell any lower, she doubts her mind could withstand such immense psychological strain. She mutters that she cannot use her talent for now. The recovery is slow. Meanwhile, Yin sublimates a low-level carriage blueprint, dropping his mental power slightly. He upgrades it to a comfortable new carriage, requiring wood and metal, along with 90 machine parts, glass, and fiber for modifications. Modification complete, carriage construction is successful. He now has 3 carriages. That low-level blueprint he got at the start is now sublimated. He was definitely right not to rush into it back then. Though the required materials have increased significantly, it is still a very small price to pay. With construction complete, he steps inside to inspect his brand new space. This comfortable new cabin is far cleaner, tidier, and completely fresh. The previous cabin was completely full of stubborn rust that no amount of cleaning could hide, constantly making grinding noises, yet he is still not fully satisfied. He decides to sublimate the space once again, dropping his mental power down to 95. He converts the comfortable carriage into a planting carriage. It features precise temperature controls for different botanical zones. All crops here will grow much faster, especially when automated with smart chips. The chips automate planting, watering, and harvesting. However, this advanced carriage requires a constant supply of electricity. He must equip it with a functional generator before using it. Having a perfect planting environment is exactly what he needs to relocate his white forest fruit tree. As for the generator, he already has the crafting blueprint ready to use. He spends valuable resources to craft it first, then applies his unique sublimation talent. The upgraded generator only needs wood and metal to produce power. Inside the planting carriage, the air is humid and split into 6 sections. He can freely divide these sections, adjusting the temperature and humidity of each zone independently. Instead of cold steel floors, he steps onto rich black fertile soil. He plants his white forest fruit tree directly in the center, positioned right beneath the skylight that can be opened freely above. The planting carriage allows the sunlight to stream in. There is still plenty of space left, so he simply plants the tomatoes he obtained from Yoyu Manor as well. The growth acceleration of this planting carriage is actually quite significant. They've taken root, sprouted already, just like that. The first batch of tomatoes is expected in 3 days. He also buys watermelon seeds. On the trading platform, obviously they were just leftovers after someone finished eating. Tossed onto the platform, cheap, nobody else wanted them, just his. Gain, wiping his forehead, he looks at his masterpiece, pure satisfaction. There is still empty space, so in the future he can keep an eye out for seeds and plants, good ones, transplanted instantly. Nothing else on the trading platform feels urgent right now, and the blocks are about to merge anyway, but get this, other conductors will surely bring new trade products. 9:30, timer's up, the broadcast rings out. Right on time, starting block merge, D56, D119. E319, 28, 103, totaling 10,000. Merge complete, the current population is 10,000, nothing. Earth-shattering happens, still, the active chat member count keeps climbing, until it returns to the initial 10,000. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text make people feel as if they have returned to when they first arrived in this world. Holy crap, it really merged. Hey, can the brothers in other blocks see this? We can, finally someone to chat with. Again, only 300 people left on our side, almost all dead. How about you guys? A little over 1,000, but just how many blocks are in this world? Damn, there are even 3-digit numbers following the letters now. A little over 1,000 is decent, so our D119 has 1,900 people, which counts as the most, with Brother Zhao here at the very least. They won't starve. Who is this Brother Zhao? Is he really that awesome? Of course, Brother Zhao is D19's most awesome big shot. He started growing vegetables at the first station. A lot of the food they eat now is bought from him. Plus, Brother Zhao has a level 3 train, so what if it's level 3? So what if he grows vegetables? It is not like they lack that. Their brother Lai is definitely the first to upgrade to level 3. Exactly, their block even has. People selling guns, do they have that? Arguing, laughing, and showing off. While people from different blocks merge, they attach different labels to themselves, even if the survivors within the blocks have no actual emotional connection. That line of letters and numbers before their individual numbers still brings a tiny sense of self-identity, even though it had nothing to do with them. They use the excellence of others to show off, as if the blocks shared in each other's glory and shame. Growing vegetables at the first station. Naturally capable survivors exist in this world. Tusk. He's still too weak, almost 8th station, and he's only just started growing vegetables, way behind. He shakes his head with a sigh, takes a bite of a white forest fruit, and opens the trading platform he is most concerned about. Since the blocks merged, the platform should have merged as well. Sure enough, inside there is a significant increase in items, and he looks over the trading supplies. Each block seems to have its own unique situation. Right now, sellers are pushing food, but keeping their actual seeds entirely hidden. It makes perfect sense, especially for anyone who managed to start farming early. Naturally, most of the valuable seeds ended up right in his own hands. There is still plenty of other gear. He spends quite some time browsing. Finally, he purchases some clean clothes, soap, a brand new toothbrush, and toothpaste. The prices are decent, but almost nobody is buying these luxury items right now. Most survivors are struggling just to stay alive, let alone improve their lives. Yakayan decides to splurge a little. He even picks up a giant wooden tub. After filling the tub with clean water, he strips down and dives right in. The water is freezing, but it feels absolutely incredible. He squints in pure satisfaction. His muscles completely relax as the soothing water washes all his heavy fatigue away. Once he is washed and changed into fresh clothes, he collapses onto the bed. If not for the constant roaring of the heavy steel wheels right by his ears. For now, all that brutal train survival pressure simply fades away. 12:30, just 30 minutes until the 8th station. Crossroads of fate trigger. He must choose his next dock. First choice, a level 4 escape station on the Plains of Nights. Second choice is a level 4 mission platform, something totally new. The escape station is literally named Labyrinth. That definitely sounds like real trouble. Meanwhile, the mission platform is a type he already knows quite well. He has run these before. The rewards are usually solid. He locks in Station 2, choice confirmed. The system warns him to sit tight as they approach the 8th station. The massive train surges forward, gradually gaining speed as the minutes tick by. A strange distortion warp opens up. The hour hand on his watch hits 1. With a sudden jolt, the entire train plunges directly through the dark void. The view outside shifts instantly. They are now on the Plains of Nights. Docking countdown is 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. The screen warns of danger. Yakayan blinks. What is with this crazy docking time? He rubs his eyes, hoping he misread it, but the screen does not lie. The timer is absolutely real. Was his docking limit not only 5 hours? The system broadcast quickly chimes in to explain the sudden change. A captain's docking time is fixed. Once it increases, it cannot be lowered. Captain Yakayan's schedule has been interfered with by an outside force, because his stay exceeds the limit allowed for rookie captains. The option to upgrade his station docking time will no longer appear. He cannot change it before reaching the 10th station. Is this a joke? It feels like the entire system is actively trying to screw him over. Now, this forced extra time actually has some major pros and cons. The good news is he can gather far more resources on safe platforms. But the nightmare is having to survive 7 full hours in dangerous zones. Since this interference was an internal glitch, the system offers a compromise. The broadcast promises additional compensation to keep train Captain Yakayan motivated. He just has to accept it. Time to make the absolute best of it. He must be careful next time. Since things got this far, there is no other choice. He shakes his head, walks up to Wally and inserts a coin. The robot starts initializing. He taps its iron head, smiling as it boots up. He wishes Wally luck, promising a brain upgrade if he finds a treasure chest. At the station, watching Wally roll out, he presses the door opening button. Just as he is about to step out, the sound of hoofbeats catches his attention. He spots a knight in tattered armor riding a gaunt, rib-bearing old horse. The rider is charging straight at the train, rusted spear in hand. Fast enemies, but if this is supposed to be a threat, it is just too shabby. After a quick thought, he stops the sentry from firing. This is a mission platform. Based on past experience, the first person met is always tied to the objective. Letting the knight approach, he walks out, draws his gun, and fires. A bullet lands precisely at the feet of the old horse. The horse panics and immediately flips over, throwing the rider off. Ouch, the knight's helmet rolls. Side revealing a weak cardboard core. Talk about fragile, that is his first impression. The man's face is haggard, his skin dark, and his graying beard is covered in mud. His frail body looks like a gust of wind could blow him away, yet those eyes shine. Even from a distance he can see the fanaticism and persistence in them. He asks the old man if he is okay. Not knowing what else to call him, he seems to be a real human being. The old knight says he is fine, but wonders how a human emerged from a giant dragon. Then he gasps in realization. Has he already slain that giant dragon? Heavens, he has conquered the beast, a legendary dragon knight, giant dragon. Dragon Knight, what is all this nonsense? He feels completely baffled. Is this guy just a madman? Suddenly, a voice asks if the master is okay. A short, chubby man riding a gray donkey comes wobbling over. The knight laughs. Do not worry, Sancho. He says he offended this great dragon knight. It is fate's arrangement before his upcoming battle with the giants. Sancho, talk about a familiar name. Where have we heard that before? Sancho asks what giant dragon he means, the huge black creature right there. Did he not hear its roar, or see it descend from high in the sky? Don Quixote, hearing that name, our guy immediately remembers exactly who this is. The legendary Don Quixote, a tragic knight lost entirely in his own illusions. The archetype of all dreamers in the world, this is literally the world of Don Quixote. In that case, the short, fat man beside him must be his companion. His servant Sancho. It turns out the train's platforms can lead to literary worlds like this. He never expected to meet childhood fictional characters like this. Who would have thought a classic hero would stand right in front of him? He sighs inwardly. Don Quixote has already climbed back up, brushing the mud off his armor, desperately trying to look like an honorable knight. Master Don Quixote, that is not a giant dragon, Sancho insists. That is just a row of houses connected together with strange wheels attached, but Don Quixote disagrees. No, it is a giant dragon. Sancho is still an amateur at adventuring. This is the exact same debate from the classic story, but this time, the argument has shifted from windmill giants to a high-tech train. Dragon, could he be playing the villain on this mission platform? No. That isn't it. Turning around, he sees 34 windmills standing in the rice field. Ahead, it was his sudden appearance that interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. Apologies, Lord Dragon Knight, he says. There are still long-armed giants ahead, waiting for me to crusade against. Once I have eliminated the giants, I will come back to converse with you. He raises his spear, mounts his old horse, bypasses the train, and heads toward the rice field once more. Master, those really aren't giants, those are windmills. The long arms are there. Windmill blades. He completely ignores Sancho's shouting, charging forward. While yelling, he stands on top of the train, watching the scene unfold, just as he thinks Don Quixote will crash and fall like in the story, the world before him suddenly undergoes a subtle change. Windmills, no, in the rice field, giants have appeared. He hurriedly rubs his eyes, and when he looks again, the giants have turned back into windmills. What the hell? He realizes instantly that something is wrong and quickly returns to the train. The power of the purification stone calms the discomfort in his heart, but the scene he sees inside the train confirms one thing: the things in the rice field are not windmills. The things in the rice field are long-armed giants. Don Quixote was right. Why is this happening? He calls up his personal information, and under the mental power column, he sees an unexpected line of text. Mental power 120, witnessing truth and falsehood, a state of mental power he has never seen before. What exactly is the mission of this mission platform? It seems he cannot underestimate mission platforms from now on. Is it over? In the rice field, Don Quixote has been casually knocked over by a giant. The moment he falls, the giant turns back into a windmill. God bless us, Sancho exclaims. Didn't I tell you those are windmills? Unless someone has windmills in their brain, how could they not admit those are windmills? Quiet, Sancho. While the two bicker, Sancho helps Don Quixote stand up and remount, and they return along the path they came, preparing to continue toward their goal. As they pass the train, the Dragon Knight, who has been watching as an onlooker, suddenly speaks up. Don Quixote, do you intend to run away? The giants are still there. Don't you want to become a true knight? True, a true knight. A single sentence makes Don Quixote's eyes widen while Sancho stands beside him with his mouth agape. That's right, a true knight, the dragon knight presses on. Haven't you seen it, Don Quixote? Those giants are ravaging the commoners' wheat fields. As a knight, how can you choose to leave? He points toward the field, his gaze shifting between Don Quixote and the wheat as he observes. Sure enough, after he speaks those words, Don Quixote looks at the field once more, and at that very moment the windmills, now giants, begin to run rampant. Giants, giants, that's right. Sancho, do you see? Those are giants. Great Dragon Knight, thank you for the reminder. Sancho looks back and forth between Don Quixote and the Dragon Knight, confused. He even suspects he has gone mad. There are only windmills in the field. Where did the giants come from? Master Don Quixote, they really are just enough. Sancho, are you questioning the Dragon Knight? Don Quixote excitedly puts his cracked helmet back on. Lord Dragon Knight, you are right. How can a knight flee from battle? I must fight them. He turns his horse and charges toward the wheat field. Once again, the giants solidify. They raise their massive arms, reaching for Don Quixote as they prepare to strike. Facing monsters dozens of times larger than himself, the old knight shows absolutely zero fear. He raises his ragged lance to thrust forward. Bang, the moment the tip touches the giant's arm, a sudden gunshot rings out. A bullet fired by Ebony strikes the giant's palm as Don Quixote's lance pierces directly into the fresh bullet hole. The giant lets out a painful howl. Collapsing heavily, Don Quixote rubs his eyes and shouts, excitedly looking at the giant's corpse. Haha, Sancho, did you see? I did it, I killed a giant. Sancho cannot speak, staring in shock at Yucayan. In his eyes, the windmill has been pierced through by a flash of fire, shot from a strange black flute held by this mysterious young man, a powerful mage. Every bullet Yucayan fires lands exactly where Don Quixote's lance strikes. 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. The old knight shows no fear. His face is filled with excitement as the space in the field becomes distorted. Even Sancho rubs his eyes because he too vaguely starts to see those windmills turning into long-armed giants. Wait, is this madness actually becoming real? Or is the world itself undergoing a massive change, guided by Don Quixote? As the number of giants dwindles, even without Yucayan's help. With gunfire, Don Quixote is able to pierce through the giant bodies with his ragged lance. Why? Because he has already decided in his heart that he could do it, just as he decided the wheat field held giants, not windmills. The very perception of this world is changing along with his belief. Yucayan watches all of this, realizing this is the task for the station. When the final giant falls, a blood-covered Don Quixote waves excitedly towards Sancho and Yucayan from the field. Haha, your excellency, Dragon Knight. Friend Sancho, did you see? I killed them all. I am a true knight. Raising his lance high, his old horse Rosinante looks inexplicably mighty. He shouts that he did not lie to them, those really were giants. And he is the knight who eliminated them. From now on, everyone must call him the Giant Knight. He thanks the Dragon Knight for his help. It was all thanks to Yucayan that he did not disgrace the noble name of a knight. The eccentric old man asks for his name, and Yucayan finally introduces himself. He tells the old man there is no need to thank him for doing his duty. His gaze stays fixed on the changing field, ignoring the knight's excited gestures. To commemorate their friendship, the old man offers a gift. A wooden round shield is offered, finally making Yucayan turn in surprise. He asks what the old knight will use now, but Don Quixote just pats his chest. Promising to forge another, he insists his friend accept this token of friendship. From this day forward, the two of them are officially bound by a strong knight's alliance. If Yucayan ever encounters a problem, his ally will certainly come to help. Though he originally wanted to decline, the shield's information changes his mind. The item description reads, Don Quixote's round shield, use it when in danger. Your ally Don Quixote will come to help you, but let him believe. He is facing a powerful monster. As a true knight, he will never retreat. He witnesses the deep friendship between the giant knight Don Quixote and the dragon knight Yucayan. Don Quixote and Sancho set off once more to continue their journey. Watching them disappear into the distance, he wonders silently if experiencing a real battle will keep Don Quixote from his tragic fate. Maybe that flock of sheep will actually become a real enemy army, and the legendary Knight of the White Moon will finally stand tall. Don Quixote will charge forward. What a terrifying ability to turn belief Into reality, he has definitely altered the timeline now, if the giant truly possesses this power. Maybe he won't end up as a laughingstock. He considers this a job well done. Does the knight have this power elsewhere? If he actually does, then all of his desperate acting was not in vain. It means his acting was worth it. He gently strokes the unranked wooden shield. If this belief works across different worlds, then if he can just drag out battles and keep Donyo's confidence sky high, won't they be completely invincible? Placing the wooden shield back onto the train, he immediately rushes toward the wheat field as the 34 giant corpses slowly revert back into ordinary windmills. The power of belief has a strict time limit. He realized this the moment Donyo left, which is why his eyes remained glued to the field. He summons his processing table without delay. Letting these legendary fantasy monsters just vanish would be a massive waste. He decides to salvage whatever valuable materials he can from their remains. Having equipped the arbitrary processing module makes harvesting massive targets incredibly easy. He begins salvaging the giant fantasy corpses. Success, he obtains 1 giant skeleton, 1 dream crystal, and 1 meat chunk. The skeleton and meat make sense, but what on earth is this dream crystal? It is an illusory crystal. Consuming it allows someone to awaken inside dreams. Meaning a lucid dream, he does not waste time overthinking and simply keeps salvaging. Each corpse takes 10 minutes to process. Fully harvesting 34 of them would require over 5 long hours, but since they are rapidly turning back into wooden windmills, he can probably only harvest 13 corpses in total. He ends up with 13 giant skeletons, 5 phantom crystals, and 13 meat chunks. If only his processing table could recycle these massive corpses a bit faster. He could have grabbed every single monster before they reverted to wood. However, upgrading the table means he must upgrade the train as well. The leftover giant corpses have already returned to their original harmless state. Not wanting to waste anything, he recycles the remaining windmills into wood. His grand prize is the giant meat, though he has absolutely no intention of eating it. Consuming humanoid monsters is far too disgusting to even contemplate. But just because he refuses to eat, it doesn't mean others will. Those 13 portions weigh 130 caddies. He fills all 5 of his trading slots, setting the price at 1 train coin each. For starving survivors who haven't tasted real meat, this is dirt cheap. Even though he clearly labels it as monster meat, people are desperate. Instantly, the trading chat explodes. Someone is selling meat, 10 caddies for just 1 coin. Another curses, damn it, he spent a coin on a single caddy of chicken. People on the channel are completely losing it over the new listings. Some complain they haven't tasted real meat in ages and instantly buy 10 portions. They will pay anything. Some brag about barely scraping together a single train coin. But controversy sparks as someone warns them that this is actually giant meat. They question how anyone could bring themselves to eat the flesh of humanoid monsters. Some express absolute disgust, while others argue that giants are not even human anyway. Starving survivors do not care. When you are that hungry, anything is food. Tempers quickly flare as desperate buyers threaten to kill anyone trying to lecture them. Someone asks if that guy's mental power is low, but he shrugs off having 33 points. He snaps back, let him eat in peace as madness slowly creeps in. Either way, it doesn't take long before all the giant meat on the platform sells out. After all, these 10,000 survivors are elite enough to pass the 7th station. They all have level 2 trains or higher, with plenty of coins to spend. Moreover, the low price he set is easily the best bargain on the entire market. Desperate for any food, these survivors do not care about the origin and buy instantly. He immediately restocks the listings, and the fresh batches sell out all over again. In minutes, he pockets 10 train coins, keeping 3 final portions just in case. As he watches the chat, he notices an important detail about this world. It seems that for ordinary survivors, once mental power drops, recovery is nearly impossible. If it dips too low, they slowly descend into complete madness and self-doubt. Their sanity just dissolves, leaving them in a state of constant mental fatigue. And honestly, this is where our main character has a massive unfair advantage. Even after abusing his sublimation skill and dropping below 20 mental points, he felt fine. He experienced absolutely no negative effects, and his mind recovered incredibly fast. While others struggle to regain sanity, his brain seems to recharge almost instantly. This mental strain is a death sentence for most, but not for him. In fact, his mental recovery speed seems to outpace his physical stamina replenishment. He wonders if there is a hidden passive ability that even the system cannot detect. Scratching his head in confusion, he decides to stop overthinking and let it go. He trusts that things will naturally work themselves out when the time comes anyway. Worrying about it too much right now is just a complete waste of time. After taking a brief moment to rest, he gets straight back to work. He heads back to the golden wheat field where Doniot fought the giants. He carefully transplants some of the intact wheat into his custom planting carriage. Then he harvests as much of the remaining crop as he can before the timer runs out. Just when you think things are settling down, a sudden discovery interrupts his harvest. Underneath the heavy debris of a ruined windmill, he spots his missing robot companion, Wally. He asks the little guy if he was trapped under there this entire time. But the loyal companion simply shakes its mechanical arm and rolls forward. The little robot gestures toward a specific direction, leading him to a hidden treasure chest. Following closely, they arrive at the exact spot in the center of the field where the giant fell. This was the precise location where Doniot completed his epic first charge. And directly beneath the heavy rubble, something metallic catches his attention. A mysterious dark golden fragment is resting silently in the dirt. He freezes. This object looks incredibly familiar, and his heart begins to race. Underneath these ruins lies a rare blasphemy card fragment. He cannot believe his eyes. Is this real? He originally thought it. It would take forever to track down this final piece. After all, Shah was sealed. For 15 years just for one fragment, no matter how he looks at it, this item should be an incredibly rare and extremely precious treasure he never expected to find. The final third at the 8th station, picking up the fragment, he hesitates. Slightly should he synthesize it? What happens next? Will he face sudden danger? The hesitation lasts only a second before he pushes those thoughts completely aside. There is absolutely no point in hesitating when the prize is right there. Who would even hesitate here? To not combine them is crazy. He pulls the other safety box. Once the 3 card fragments are brought together, they fit together seamlessly as if they were never apart. A dark golden radiance flows from the blasphemy card, turning into endless streams of blinding light that envelop and swallow the entire world. The card floats in midair as a faint whisper suddenly rings in his ears. He cannot make out the words, but the sound grows louder and sharper, like 100 high-pitched voices shouting, singing, and proclaiming something. Even covering his ears does nothing. The unbearable noise makes him draw his gun, ready to blast the card, when the screeching abruptly cuts off. The blinding glow fades and the dark golden card drops right into his hand. Creepy. This is definitely a dangerous item. He plans to check its stats first. If it is useless, he will toss it. Despite saying that, his eyes are filled with excitement as he stares at the blasphemy card. Blasphemy card 7. The anchor skill consumes mental power to set an anchor point up to 3 total. Cooldown is 1 day. The next skill, Voyage, consumes mental power to teleport to any set anchor. Then, Banish removes all anchor points and forcibly banishes foes to the wild. Finally, Return consumes all mental power. Reading the description on his screen, he gulps. The card's description is insane. There is no denying its strength if the details are correct. As long as he sets an anchor at any station, he can easily teleport back through that anchor from anywhere else. Not only that, can banish his enemies, and even though doing so, wipes out all anchors and cuts off teleportation if he ever faces unavoidable danger. This is a literal lifesaver. And then there is the final option, which consumes all mental power. What happens then? Although nothing went wrong when his power dropped before, it has never hit 0. He has no intention of recklessly testing that limit yet, but the other skills are fair game. He can set 1 anchor point per day, and the first one goes inside the train, right in front of the control panel in the lead car of the train. Setting in anchor drains 50 points of mental power, which is totally manageable. Once it is set, he runs outside, holds up the blasphemy card, and silently activates Voyage. Another 30 points of mental power vanish, and the dark golden hooded figure on the card, dragging an anchor, starts moving. His body sinks, feeling as if he is plunging into a vast abyss. Whispers echo in his ears, but the dizzying sensation lasts only an instant. When he opens his eyes, finding himself back inside the front of the train, the small figure on the The card is gradually fading to gray. A cooldown of 1 hour is totally acceptable, not too long. With a soft ding, the system light screen pops up beside him. Private chat pops up with a blonde avatar. Shia, why is she looking for him right now? Could she already know about the synthesis? Filled with intense doubt. He opens the chat. She asks if he has already found the third fragment of the blasphemy card and synthesized it. She actually knows, leaving him completely speechless. He originally planned to keep this quiet, but he clearly underestimated her. Something must have been left on the fragment she gave him, and with that clear realization, he has no intention of hiding it, just synthesized, he tells her, asking how she knew. She sends a confused face, saying she has her ways. Never underestimate your senior, she types, just keep learning. Yet, even with those confident words, Shia's heart is currently swirling with mixed feelings. She only messaged him because someone mentioned a new blasphemy card had surfaced, though nobody knew where it appeared or who had claimed it. She had simply thought of him and asked on a whim. She never expected it to actually be him. The blasphemy card chooses its own rightful master, so that is indeed how it works. It took her years to find just 1/3 of those fragments. Because of that piece, she was sealed for 15 years, but in the end, well, a bitter smile crosses her face. She calms her emotions and types on the screen. Your blasphemy card is forget it. She decides not to ask. Even if she did, he wouldn't tell her anyway. He chuckles silently and doesn't reply. Keep that card safe, she warns. Do not let others discover it easily. Try not to use it in front of anyone, and definitely do not give it to anyone. Luckily, they are the only ones who know. The chat box finally closes with a playful tongue-out face. Then she sits alone in her church, staring up at the bright light above. She whispers to God, asking why she wasn't chosen to commit blasphemy.